Started as a secondary school teacher, and then I became a school principal of about 3 schools, one in Pumalanga, and then I relocated to Gauteng due to marital issues. And then I became a principal in a primary school, and I was moved to a secondary school in Randfontein, where there were challenges apparently, and to go and restore the culture of teaching and learning that was eroded there. And then I was also deployed to some problematic schools to go and assist. I went to Tasong in Carltonville as a caretaker principal for about a year, and then managed to bring back the culture of teaching and learning in that school and restore order and improve the quality of results, because it was a high school with matric. I then proceeded to Salga in the Northwest, where I work as a provincial executive officer responsible for administration in that provincial office, and I work with almost all municipalities in the province. And I had a staff complement of about 30 people and reporting at the national office in Salga, Pretoria. And then I was also asked by the same organization to go and act as a provincial executive officer in their office in Bloemfontein, and I think I've been there for about 6 months, and my contract came to an end. I was unemployed for about 3.5 years, and I got employed again, currently where I am stationed as a general manager or executive director in Kangala District Municipality in Middelburg, where I am currently employed. Um, that's in a nutshell who I am and my personal life. But in terms of my qualification, as I indicated, I'm a teacher by profession. I've got a secondary teacher's diploma, but I did a BA in Fine Arts and Bachelor of Education in Educational Management, specializing in educational management. But I felt there was defining the values and principles of public administration, with two of the principles speaking specifically on human resource management as a way of transforming the public services. But there seem to be some challenges anyway. I've indicated quite a number of challenges that we have in the public service, like lack of records, where you don't have records of people who are dismissed from another municipality, maybe to another municipality, department, province, and you find that a person is appointed and the person is still serving a sentence or is still on suspension. We are seeing also lack of application of prescripts and laws as promulgated by the country, or inconsistency in terms of implementation of those prescripts. There are also allegations of nepotism and corruption during recruitment and selection process that are evident, where the PSA mandates the executive authority to appoint senior managers. We are seeing here that there's too much political interference in selection and managing staff. Cadre deployment becomes the order of the day, and job specification and inherent requirements for the job are not considered, and people without skills and expertise are appointed because of that, and that erodes and collapses service delivery in the public services. Also, I think part of the problem is because we haven't seen in the Republic of South Africa a national competency framework for all three spheres of government. We have just come to note that the Minister of COGTA has just promulgated a competency framework for municipal staff, and there's one for senior management, but there's no one that is aligned that will talk to senior management, SMS, in all levels of government, be it in the national, provincial, and local, so that we can use that as a framework and a norm that we could measure how we do selecting and appoint staff in a standardized manner. There are many policies that have been promulgated by government in terms of this, and they are not implemented. Some have got flaws, some are there, and that contributes to low staff morale, and people having to hip from one department to another because of the inconsistency in that regard. So among the key challenges is that we have to strengthen the link between human resource management and human resource development, which is also a thorny issue in the public services. But there are prescripts that we need to put in place so that we can address those challenges. I've already alluded to the Constitution as the supreme law of the country, with the values as enshrined in Chapter 10 on public administration, the white paper that transformed the human resource on human resource management, which put now human practitioners at the center of all recruitments, and indicate that there has to be a paradigm shift from personal administration to human resource management, so that they play their strategic role of advising the executive in terms of the recruitment processes. Also, the NDP as a catalyst for change, but more specifically where it advocates for a stable political administrative interface, public service which is of career choice, the development of technical and specialist professionals, and then also there's a role that the Minister of DPSA has to play, particularly the Minister in this regard, and the executive, the organized structure, how we organize the administration, the role of labor relations, conditions of services, employees of employees, electronic government in the public services, also the issue of ethics and integrity and anti-corruption. Apart from that, we have got this organization, the Public Service Commission, which is also entrusted with the responsibility by the Constitution to investigate, evaluate, propose measures and directive, and advise organization on personal procedures and practices. I think it is playing a critical role, because we've seen a number of reports where they make recommendation and give direction, but we ask ourselves to what extent are the executive implementing those good reports that we're getting. But Chairperson, having spoken about those challenges in a nutshell, there are strategies that we can put in place to ensure that we navigate those structural deficiencies in the public service. Number one is that the Public Service Act must be implemented accordingly, and all collective agreements, and the PSC be tasked with the responsibility of monitoring compliance in this regard. The HR practitioners should play their acting role. I think they should move from the traditional role of being post offices of departments, just to say CVs have come, but then take their rightful place and advise executives and HODs and DGs in this regard. I also, in this new dispensation, the executive authority, they've got powers concerning internal organization structuring, issues of employment, staff establishment, performance, career management, secondment of staff and stuff like that. But these powers, they may sometimes delegate to the DGs and HOD, which such delegation might be in paper, and at the end of the day, the senior managers are still acting on instruction from the executive by virtue of their deployment. The principle of transparency and fairness, I think it should underpin the development and implementation of recruitment. I think we have just seen transparency being displayed by Parliament this time when they were interviewing the judges. I think it came to the public spotlight. We saw how the government interviews those judges. I think if we can advocate for such transparency structures or strategies, we can win the battle against corruption in the public service. I've spoken about a common framework. We need also to strengthen the role of this commission, so that it ensures that the norms and standards are followed correctly without being compromised. We also have to focus on skills development, because people tend to get jobs, but they are not up to standard. There are procedures that we need to set in place, like your standard operating procedures that would inculcate the norms and standards and regulate how we do recruitment in the public service. We must also, promotion of leadership should be grounded on technical expertise, experience, integrity, accountability. People must be competent for the work before we can appoint them to senior position. Also, Chairperson, we have learned lesson from COVID-19 that we find ourselves in a technological-driven PS, so we need to change in the manner in which we do things and adapt to the fourth industrial revolution that is coming. But also, as the NDP advocates, we need to transform the public service to a career of choice. People must be appointed on the basis of merits and potential rather than connection politically or because of political affiliation or cadre development. But also the President spoke of the strategic framework for the public service that is coming in short, and there's a draft that will be implemented. I think it will also help us. Though the Constitution advocate for deployment of people on policy conditions, cadre development should be discouraged and it should be regulated, because there seems to be an abuse in the manner in which political parties deploy senior managers. But also, Chair, we need to look at the strengthening the political administrative interface so that there's a clear separation of power on the role of political, the executive, and the administrative head. The NDP also advocate for a single head of public service to stabilize political...
Sorry, Ms. Ngwenya, as I said, we are timing you now. Your time is now up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma. I will now allow honorable members to to ask questions. Honorable Mkweba.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and our support staff. Good morning also to you, Ms. Ngwenya.
Good morning, ma'am.
My name is Telly Swam Mkweba, a member of the Portfolio Committee who happen to be also here in this subcommittee. And thank you very much for your presentation. I've got one question for you. As you have indicated in your presentation, especially in slide 2, that senior management services recruitment involved too much political interference and cadre deployment has been implemented without taking into account the demands of the job. And I'm sure that also in your presentation at the back, at the last slides, you then spoke about navigating obstacles for effective public service. So my question to you, should the roles and responsibilities of the human resource be taken away from the executive authority? That's my question. Should those be taken from the executive authority? If yes, will this minimize the end of cadre deployment practice in the public sector? That's my question to you, Ms. Ngwenya, and thank you very much, Chair.
You are welcome to answer the question immediately after it is asked. Yeah, I won't call you to say answer.
Thank you. Like I indicated in my presentation that there's a call by the NTP for a single head of public service. Not necessarily taking away the powers from the executive on the issue of appointments, but they must be legislated. There must be rules and regulation on cadre deployment, and systems must be put in place, norms and standards must be put in place so that there's no abuse of the cadre deployment strategy as a way of recruiting employees. But also to say, if there are norms and standards that are put in place, and this commission is tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that this is followed to the latter, and they will be involved, I think the strategic role that the PSC must play in ensuring that executives do not abuse their powers in the name of cadre deployment, because we have seen this being done. So I think if it is legislated, and then the issue of having a single public head of services that will be coordinating all these events, I think it can assist us to create them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members and support staff. Good morning, Ms. Nancy. I am Miriam Kibi, a member of the panel and also a member of the committee. I have a question for you based on your presentation. I've been listening carefully to your presentation. Now my question is on your presentation. You made mention of non-compliance with policy prescripts and inconsistency in the implementation of legislative frameworks and policies. Now my question is, Menensi, what would you recommend or provide a professional advice to the Minister of Public Service and Administration in bringing some reforms in the human resource management units in the public service? Did you get my question? Thank you, ma'am.
Can you please repeat, ma'am? I'm sorry about that.
What could you recommend or provide a professional advice to the Minister of Public Service and Administration in bringing some reforms in the human resource management units in the public service.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Like I have indicated, I think the paradigm shift, the manner in which we do our operations as HR, there has to be a change in the manner in which we operate. So, number one, there must be consequences for non-implementation of applicable legislation, because prescripts are there so that as officials of the government, we need to implement them. Part of our responsibility as officials is that we need to implement the policy directives as promulgated by the executive. So if I'm in charge of HR, M&D in my department, definitely I must put procedures in place to ensure that those compliance policies are complied with without any compromise. And if there's a deviation from the norm, there must also be consequences for non-implementation of such policies. But also, I think what we can do, we need to also inculcate a culture of professionalism when it comes to HR managers, so that they conduct themselves in the manner that is professional and very ethical, so that they expose the values of public administration in rendering services, particularly on recruitment processes, because that's where the gist of the problem are. Senior officials are using policy to benefit themselves in the name of cadre deployment, sellings of job, and stuff like that. I think we need to put systems in place. Your internal audit oversight committees must come to the fore. In local government, your MPEC must also be given the responsibility to ensure that there's no deviation from the norm, and if there's such, consequence management should be the order of the day, and people must be disciplined for lack of consistency. But we also need to see the HR taking a strategic role in recruitment processes by playing the role of being advisories. Isn't it when we are there as official, our role is to advise the executive on policy implementation, though those policies are promulgated by themselves. So we need to put standard operating procedures in a department to ensure that at the end of the day, this is how we're going to do recruitment, and we follow those standard operating procedure to the latter, so that we keep these inconsistencies. But I also think departments can learn from best practices from other knowledge sharing. I think a platform must be created to say, in a municipality where I am working, I think the standards are there, and we are a district municipality, and we then capacitate municipalities that we are seeing they are lacking and they are behind, and we also assist them with recruitment processes. But I think honesty and integrity is what must prevail in the public services if we are to win the battle in recruitment. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Menense. Morning, our staff. Menense, let me say thank you for availing yourself to this interviews. But my question, it will be based on your presentation. I think it is point number 7, under navigating the obstacles for an effective and efficient recruitment and selection processes, where you spoke about the issues of the proposals and strategies are incumbent. So you have proposed in your presentation, if appointment to hold senior managers accountable for wrong appointments and consequence management be a norm in this regard. My question will be, could you please expand or elaborate more on your strategy in holding senior managers accountable for wrong appointments and consequence management? Should the proposal be incorporated in the Public Service Act through an amendment? That's my question. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, you would recall that one of the principles of public administration as enshrined in the Constitution is that public administration should be accountable. So if there are wrong appointment in my department, definitely I must be held to task and I must be answerable. So I'm saying if there are legislation that must be implemented, those legislation must be implemented. If not, then I must be answerable in a form of a report, because before I'm not mandated. Can I just make an example where I am working? The municipal manager is the person that is responsible for appointment of staff, but I work as a general manager for corporate services, which means I oversee the implementation of policies in this regard. So it is my task, regardless of whether I'm in a subcommittee for recruitment, to ensure that policies of the department, of the municipalities are implemented, and ensure I act as a watchdog to ensure that the procedures that are there are implemented to the latter. And if there are flaws in the recruitment processes, accountability simply means that I'm answerable for every flaw, although I'm not responsible for it. And if cases of corruption in this regard are brought to my attention, they must be acted upon decisively without any waste of time, so that now we can also restore public confidence in the recruitment processes in the public service. So some cases are brought to your attention. As an HOD, you just sweep them under the carpet, and if you don't act decisively, people will go to the media and then started denting the good image of the institution, yet you are there. Therefore, I'm saying we need to hold them accountable. They must be answerable if there are disciplinary measures, if it means a person must be expelled for violating a policy in this regard, for failing to exercise reasonable care, then it should be the norm of the day, so that the seriousness of these issues can be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ngwenya. I have only one question for you. I will make a short preamble to the question. The preamble says the Public Service Commission has a constitutional mandate to promote the values and principles as enshrined in Section 195 of the Constitution. Now the question is, can you briefly tell this committee, in your own understanding, about the functions of the Public Service Commission and values and principles governing public administration?
Thank you very much. I think when I look at the commission, it has given itself a
Can you
motto.
put on the mask?
Oh.
The mic?
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the Public Service Commission calls itself custodian of good governance. I think that's the brand, the name that they've given themselves, because they are mandated by the Constitution to be watchdogs and ensure that those principles of public administration are implemented to the latter by national and provincial government. One, for me, the first principle stands out to say there must be a high level of professionalism and ethics that must be maintained in the public service, so that at the end of the day we can restore the public confidence in the manner in which we do our business as officials. Ethical conduct. I think it's about time that as officials we need to walk our talk, lead by setting a very good example, ensure that policies are implemented to the latter, ensure that we uproot corruption and we nab it, and we apply consequence management in case where people are contravening the law. And it also means that whatever that has been promulgated in all the regulations, like your declaration of that must be done. It must be done. Compliance with enabling legislation, your regulation of public services, the code of conduct that are there promulgated by the executive, they must be implemented to the latter. Shy away from all unethical behavior that we see that results in corruption at the end of the day. So I think for me, if public officials can expose the first principle, then the others are easy to maintain, because if I'm ethical and professional, definitely I will treat a citizen with fairness and equality. I will respect their human dignity. I will ensure that I'm responsive to their needs, because the first one, it's fundamental for me. I'm ethical, and my behavior is above reproach as an individual, and then I rub off to people that are following me. So the second principle I've already spoken about is that we must be accountable and answerable for everything that we must do. Most of the time when the AG is in institution, officials are not there, they run away from the AG, because the AG will be asking questions, why is this done, and how did you do it, and you must be accountable and answerable. I think we need to ensure that structures are put in place, your risk management issues, your internal audit control measures are there, compliance with applicable legislation, and the policies of the institution are followed to the letter, so that at the end of the day, accountability on the basis of this can be enforced. The principle also advocates for a responsive public service, which means we need to be flexible, not rigid, in the manner in which we operate our business. I think, Chair, you'll agree with me that with the advent of COVID-19, there are lessons that we have learned as a public service to say we need to be very flexible and adapt to situation and manage change as it comes. Because we have seen a scenario in the public service where people had to go and work from home remotely without physical contact, so that during the various level lockdowns, we have seen the Disaster Management Act being implemented, and that had a direct impact in the manner in which we did our service. In the midst of all these challenges, we had to be very responsive as public services to say we still respond to the needs of the people. We listen to what the people say, we put systems in place so that at the end of the day, there must be business continuity. So I think responsiveness also implies that we need to listen to what they are saying, give them feedback on what they are doing. But also the principle advocate for openness and transparency in the manner in which we do our thing, so that at the end of the day, we need to be transparent. People must know how we operate as national government. They must know how I operate as local government, how departments are run, what are the salary issues. Like I've just indicated that we have seen transparency being demonstrated by this cabinet where they were interviewing the judges. I think people need to know if I'm being interviewed today for this position, they must be seeing me at home to say, indeed, she has been talking, so that at least we shy away from this thing of favoritism and having posts tailor-made for people. So I think we are responsive in the manner in which we are transparent in the manner in which we do our things. We must force transparency in this regard. But also, the principles are indicating that services must be rendered in an efficient, economic, and effective way, so that we cap waste at the expense of the budgetary processes, budgetary constraints that we have, the budget and the minimum resources that are allocated to us. We must have value for money at the end of the day, so that we might have outputs that and outcomes that we can see to say this is what we have done with limited funds, so that at the end of the day we don't compromise services in the name of being effective and economical in the manner in which we do our services. But also of critical importance, I think the human resource management and career development to maximize human potential that must be cultivated. I think that the pedocentric role that HR must play in the recruitment of staff is of critical, and the advices that they must give. And coupled with that, we must also integrate human resource management and human resource development, where people's skills are developed through capacity building and skills development, implementation of the Skills Development Act, where employees, when they come to the public service, they are then capacitated development so that they can go to the upper echelon of the institution and render services in a manner that will be befitting and to the citizen of the country. Chair, also, the principals are advocating that the public services should indicate the national profile. It must be representative of the people of South Africa, where recruitment processes now will be based on principles of objectivity, fairness, the need to redress imbalances of the past. We know that in the past there were disadvantaged sectors of the communities that were not appointed in senior position. We'll talk of women, you'll talk of the disabled. We're seeing a paradigm shift, a change, radical change. I think I'm one example that it is happening, because now people with disabilities are now appointed, and women are given senior position. And we've seen there was a judge who was a woman, and I think the affirmative action and the affirmative regulation of the country are coming to surface when we see changes in the manner in which we run our business as a public service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ngwenya.
Me Ngwenya. I am Mzwake. My name is Mzwake Spisi, a member of the Portfolio Committee. I think we have said a lot about the HRs and the corruptions and everything. For me, there is one item that I will also invite you to give us a clarity on it. There is a huge loss of public monies due to corruption, especially with public servants doing business with the state. I understand you are the HOD in your municipality. So can you briefly tell us, in your own opinion, how could public servants be stopped from doing business with the state, since there is legislation already preventing this practice, but it is yet still going on? Can you take us into confidence on that issue? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babu Smith, for that question. Yes, it is true. I think there are applicable legislation from the provincial and national treasuries in regard to keeping that people doing business with the state. I sit in the BAC, Bid Adjudication Committee of the institution, and whenever we are to recommend to the internal audit and the municipal manager for the appointment of service providers, I think for me and foremost, policy is critical. There must be effective supply chain management policies that we have developed as an institution that would regulate issues of non-compliance in that regard, where we see people in the name of corruption then doing business with the state, and yet they know it is prohibited by law. But also there's a CSD where a database will get in there and check if indeed Mrs. Ngwenya, as a person who was tendered for this tender, is in the service of the state. And if that is the case, and Ms. Ngwenya must be reported and the company must be blacklisted, so that under no circumstances he should be doing that. But I also think, Chair, if it means changing legislation, I think we need to enforce compliance in the manner in which this is happening by reporting it as a criminal act, because it means you are here to steal the coffers of the institution, and yet you are benefiting, you are being remunerated by the same public service. So for me, I would advocate that such be reported as criminal cases and a person be taken to task and also be removed from public service because the behavior is unethical, it is uncalled for, and it is a source of concern because it undermines democracy and what we are doing as an institution. So policy for me is fundamental. Screening of people that have applied is also critical. A database is there. It must be updated on a continuous basis so that we have had such cases in our case in municipality where we had people who are hiding behind directors, but they are doing business with the state, and we brought them to task and we reported them to the National Treasury, and such companies got blacklisted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair and Mayor Mangwe. Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Rosina Komani, the member of this portfolio committee, hence the member of this panel. Mayor Ngwenya, in your presentation, you succinctly indicated that there is too much political interference and cadre deployment that has been implemented without taking into account the demands of the job. Having said that, we still find so much maladministration and corruption that are cancers and that are so ingrained in the public service, and that has become the new normal. And it is impacting very negatively on the development of this country. I am of the view, maybe you tell me if I am correct to say, having your presentation and matching it to what I have just said to you, maybe political interference is playing a major role. Hence we are seeing this corruption that is made a new normal. So my question then would then be, what causes corruption and how can the PSC play a meaningful role in preventing and reducing and curbing corruption practices in the public service? Remember, I have indicated to your presentation, and can you please indicate, with reference to your presentation, the current weaknesses in the systems and propose in your solutions, propose solutions in your response on how to maybe assist this, the situation that we find ourselves in. Thank you very much.
I don't know whether I've captured everything that you have said, ma'am, but I think we are governed by the Constitution as the supreme law of the country. And when we formulate our policies as public service or the Minister of Public Administration and Services, he is aligning those policies to what the Constitution provides. So as a way, number one, I think we have spoken about too much interference in administration by politicians or our executive authority. I think we need to strengthen the political administrative interface so that there are clear roles. It's a gray area and distinction between the role of the executive and us as official. There are offices that I'm not entitled to as a politician, as an administration, and there are offices that the politicians are not entitled to as political principle. So I think there must be the strengthening of that interface so that at the end of the day, I don't cross the line and do that which is not supposed to be done by officials, and also my executive mayor or my minister or the MEC also does not interfere on the day-to-day operations of the institution as a politician. So if we can strengthen that interface and have workshop so that we capacitate our political principals on their oversight role, because they are also held accountable by the Constitution to say they must do oversight. And how do they do oversight? What is the role of the politician in terms of oversight, so that at the end of the day, there's no corruption? But also, there is this framework on the professionalization of the public service. In the field where I'm working, in local government, as senior managers, we are prohibited by law to participate in structures of political structures and then come and also be a senior manager. I think there's a law that prohibits us from doing that, so that at the end of the day, we are not biased, we are not favoring a certain political party, and then we treat all political parties equally so, because I'm neutral. I don't sit in branch meetings. I'm not the secretary. I'm not the regional chair, but I'm just a noble citizen of the country whose goal is to ensure that at the end of the day, there's democracy, and all people are treated equally and fairly so, without favoritism. So the professionalization of the public services, for me, is critical. Senior officials must be depoliticized. Public services must be apolitic. It is difficult to do that, but we can still do it. It's doable. We can appoint people who are not politicians, who are just administrators in the true sense of the word, so that they can then execute their responsibility efficiently and effectively. So I'll tell you why. Because if I am deployed by a political party, then my loyalty will be with that political party. Even if the Public Service Commission can make recommendations and directions to say this must be corrected at Nkangala District Municipality, but my loyalty will not be with the institution, will look at the political party that has deployed me, then I become loyal to it and compromise it. I think in that way we can curb it. Corruption is caused by greed. People don't come to the public services because they have got the interest of the citizens at heart. I'm working there, and I'm a practical living example. There is corruption, and it is very rife. So when you go there, you are looking at the public purse to say, how do I advance myself? How can I benefit from this? So they are not going there just to render services, but they are looking at that. But I think there are strategies that we can look. I wish to commend the government of the day on the manner in which the president is approaching corruption in this country. I think we're learning lessons, and the message is conveyed across the nation to say, if you are corrupt, then there must be consequences. People must be arrested. People must be arrested, and people must not only be arrested, that people who are implicated in the state capture, they must not only pay back the money, but they must pay back the money and consequences for the criminal acts that have been committed. Because corruption, for me, it's a criminal act. You are stealing, you are destroying the economy of the country, and you are disadvantaging the poor and the indigent citizens of the republic. But also, there are policies that we put in place. We must also encourage your anti-corruption hotlines that are being there, so that at least there must be whistleblowing. There must also be policies that would aim at protecting whistleblowers, because we have just seen a spate in which whistleblowers are being killed for disclosing and talking about corruption in the public service. So I think there must be policies to say, if I'm a whistleblower, definitely if monies are embezzled, I can't keep quiet, I must speak about it, but to a certain extent, I must be protected as a citizen of this country, so that at the end of the day. But I think, ma'am, like I have indicated, your personal attribute as a manager or an official in the public service plays a critical role in ensuring that if you are not corrupt, you will not then hide corrupt activities within the public service. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Ms. Ngwenya. My name is Dr. Leon Schreiber. I think you've hit on a couple of key issues here this morning, ma'am. there are just two things that I'd like answers to. The first one is sort of a general question. The fact that the Public Service Commission's mandate is on national and provincial government level, and it looks like the majority of your experience is on local level. Can you just speak to whether that is an issue that the committee should take into account, and whether your familiarity with the provincial and national spheres is not an issue? Then the other thing is, I mean, in Nkangala municipality, I've done some research, quite an interesting story, just looking at, there were some awards back in 2017, clean audits, some really positive stuff. But then more recently, quite a big corruption scandal, if I'm reading correctly, around the mayor was arrested, etc. So, you know, being in the midst of that, it's not only theoretical for you. I think you've seen some of these things up close. My question is, if we consider your candidature, what role did you play in standing up to this, and in this, when you saw some of these things going wrong, how does one actually deal with it in practice, if you've seen some of this happening in your own work environment? Thank you, Chair.
You see, when I advocate, say, for not only for good governance, but for clean administration as well. And I lead by setting a very, very good example. I'm saying to err is human, mistakes will happen. There might be some deviation from the norm, but you put corrective measures to correct that. Right, before I came to local government, I think I worked for the Department of Education. I think I've indicated I've got quite some experience in public service. As a principal, as a teacher, I think I've moved from 2 departments in Mpumalanga as well as the Gauteng Department of Education. And I think also, say, my qualification in public administration has equipped me with the necessary skills and competencies to, that's why I want to venture back to public services, because it's my specialization. And one of my dreams is to have a PhD, to do a PhD and conduct some research on the issues that we are discussing in this room this very morning. So I think coming to the public service will then afford me that opportunity to pursue my dream along those lines and remain a public service administrator. That's who I am. So going back to the issue of the Nkangala, we are a clean audit municipality. You see, when a dress is clean and it's white, there will be just one spot, a very single spot that will just, and then everybody will see it. So I joined the municipality, I think, in 2017, in December, and there was just in 2018 where we never had a clean audit, but consequently, we are a clean audit municipality because of systems management that we have put in place, mechanism. In fact, I've worked with about 24 municipalities. I'm sorry because I'll be referring to that. It's practical experience that I have at the moment in the Northwest. And I've never seen a municipality like the way administration is working in Nkangala District Municipality for the first time, where oversight committee, the risk management is in place, the policy is in place, where the internal audit is assisting so that there's clean audit, where consequently repetitive findings, there are audit action plans that we put in place to ensure that this finding does not repeat itself. In fact, I have contributed also significantly in the municipality towards it achieving clean audit on 3 issues. One, HR systems, recruitment of selection that we are talking about. There were always repetitive findings in that regard. So we put systems in place and standard operating procedures for recruitment, on leave management, which is also a thorny issue, where people will take leave and not account for it or not put it in the system, but they will always be away. I think there were loopholes that were addressed there, and now leave is managed. There are leave provisioning reports that one takes on a monthly basis to cancel. And also, I think on records management, I think those were the 3 repetitive findings that I had in my department. But on the issue of the scandal, we have a policy in a municipality where we are supporting traditional leaders. It's a framework on the support that we provide. My department is responsible for that. That's how I come into the whole picture. The municipal manager was not available. She went on leave. She was abroad, I think, on business trips. So she appointed us to act. I acted the first week as a municipal manager. The following week, the CFO acted. The mayor was advised to say, in terms of the cost containment regulation, you are not supposed to fund activities of this nature. You are not supposed to raise funds for such activities. And the advice was also communicated in writing. I recall it was in a council where we read the advice and advised council that it is against the spirit of the cost containment regulation. So the allegations, because at this particular point in time the case is still going, as that they embezzled funds from the municipality and then use it for their summer games wherever they were. And against the cost containment regulations, funds were also raised for that service. And then we call it a gas, it's kind of a spook in Afrikaans, where they pretended as if the services were raised for the traditional authority and they were not. But the role that we played is that when the municipal manager comes back, so there's a system that I put in place to say, in an event you are acting, then you must then be accountable for the days on which you are acting. You submit an acting report to say, boss, while you were away, this is what happened, this is what I've signed, this is what I've done. So in that kind of a report, we reported back to the municipal manager that there is this case. And internal audit also backed us up. That's how she got arrested with the other 3 officials. But my role in that regard was that as an acting manager by then, I had to put up a report and submit to the municipal manager. The disciplinary board also used us as witnesses, and to say in the prevailing ongoing cases, myself, I think, and the CFO, because we are the 2 acting municipal managers, the state is using us as witnesses, so that we will indicate that our role, advisory role we played, and the evidence is there, but she could not listen because of corruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ngwenya. At this point, I will give you an opportunity just to make a comment to the panel, if you may. Not going back to your presentation, of course, but any comment you want to make, briefly.
Not finish what I left said. Thank you very much. Firstly, thank you so much. I've been a teacher, once a teacher, always a teacher. So I believe in my voice. Thank you very much for allowing me to make a first impression in the commission, because they last forever. I appreciate the opportunity, Chairperson, that you have given me. 1, as a female. 2, as a disabled person. I think there is hope for South Africa. I'm saying this because it has been a standing passion for me to go back to the public services, and you would apply and you are not shortlisted. So thank you very much for considering my candidature. I think the impression that I made this morning meets your expectation. Secondly, I want to appreciate, I think I'm also learning, because one of my biggest responsibility is to deal with recruitment and selection of employees. So there are lessons that I'm taking back home from this interview. The presentation that also you requested me to do, I think I'm learning from it. I'll be taking that with me to say, this is what we can copy and also implement in our organization. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I really value it and appreciate it very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Ngwenya. we are not through with the interviews yet, but we will conclude them today. But you will be informed of the results of your interview very soon. If I may, what kind of disability you are talking about in yourself?
Yeah, you won't see it
Yes.
until I tell you.
Yeah,
Because-
that's the reason I'm asking,
Yeah,
so
because
that we
because,
become aware.
I have risen above the disability. I think in 1996, I was involved in a terrible accident and I had a traumatic amputation of my arm from the elbow, and I'm using a prosthesis. Yeah. So since then, I've been in this situation and I did not know what it means to be disabled until then. But I think it was for a good cause so that I can have passion, because if you are not in it, you will not know about it. So, yeah, I appreciate that very much. But I've risen above this adversity. It doesn't control me, I control it. Thank you very much. Second, I ask a question. Thank you very much. I see the Public Service Commission is not into local government. Why? Is there a possibility? I'm telling you because we are at the grassroots of service delivery and corruption is rife. Why? Is there a possibility where we'll see a single public service with local government and this commission playing its oversight role and be a custodian of good governance, even in the local sphere? Thank you very much.
Ms. Ngwenya, I'm not going to answer that question. Not because I'm dodging it. In the event you become successful as a commissioner here, that question you must address it. Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Ngwenya. You are free to leave now.
Thank you so much. All the best. Thank you, sir. Thank you, members of the panel.
welcome you to this interview. Relax. We are not going to threaten you in any way, but we will ask you questions with a view to establish whether you have the requisites for the position you have applied for. You will be given an opportunity here to make a presentation, and then after your presentation, you will be asked questions by members of the interview panel. Firstly, can you briefly introduce yourself? We want to finish these interviews today. We don't want to send any candidate back without having interviewed him or her. So we want you to be mindful of the time when you give answers to questions that the panelist will put to you. The floor is yours now in terms of what I have asked you to do. Introduce yourself briefly.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Begizenzo Tembe. I was born in a community called Ndumo. That is on the border of Mozambique and Swaziland. The local municipality there is Jozini. And the district municipality is Umkhanyakude. Because of my disability, as I am visually impaired, I couldn't go to school there. I had to go to school to Durban at Umlazi Township when I was actually 12 years old. And from there, I went to school in Pietermaritzburg. The name of the school is Arthur Blacksall School. That is where I matriculated, and then I moved on to the University of Natal. But all that time, I was actually involved in governance, what we used to call student politics at the time. At Arthur Blacksall, I became the head prefect, and I was the secretary of the Representative Council of Learners. We called it SRC at that time. And then at university, I joined the South African Students' Congress. And it was in '99 when I joined in my first year of university. And I became a branch executive member there, responsible for gender and transformation. I was actually responsible for political education in SASCO, but I was responsible for gender and transformation as an executive member of the Student Representative Council at university at the time. And during that time, when I went to university, there was no disability unit that supported students with special needs like me. So when I joined SASCO and I became an officer responsible for gender and transformation, that is when I seized the opportunity, together with my colleagues in the SRC, we were able to approach the management of university about disability rights and disability issues, the well-being and support and accessibility to course materials and so on. And it was during that time, in 2001, if I'm not mistaken, that the disability unit for the first time was established. And because of my involvement and the support that I received in abundance from my colleagues who were in the SRC with me at the time. And so from that time, we were able to get services from the university like counseling, and also support with the conversion of study materials into braille and audio tapes. And also the university assisted those who were physically handicapped with their needs, such as wheelchairs and so on. So, but when I graduated end of 2003, and I went to the practical law school in Durban. And from there, I went to join Livingston Land Incorporated, where I served my articles. After my admission as an attorney, I joined the eThekwini Municipal Council. I worked there as a legal advisor. I represented the municipal council in magistrates' court matters, like their debt collection, and also legal proceedings that the residents there brought against the municipality. And from there, I joined the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal. That is when I can say I started working as a public servant under the auspices of the Department of Service and Administration. That actually happened in 2007. On the 5th of November, that is when I joined the Department of Education as a Deputy Director for Legal Services. Among my key responsibilities is to support the member of the Executive Council in the interpretation and exercise of his administrative duties in terms of legislation such as the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act and the Promotion of Access to Information Act. I also give advice in terms of infrastructure projects and contracts management, like the service level agreements which the department enters into with service providers. But I have also, in addition to my formal work in the Department of Education, continued to do community service, as I actually joined the school governing body at my alma mater, which is Arthur Blacksall School. I joined the school governing body there since 2009 until 2012. I was their in-house legal counsel in contract matters, and also assisted with sound financial accountability and sound governance as per the dictates of the Public Financial Management Act. In 2012, I also joined the KwaZulu-Natal Society for the Blind as a board member, also helping them with matters of corporate governance and the welfare or well-being and relationships between the board and the staff and the executive director who was there at the time. And I've also continued with my...
Mr. Ngwenya, I'm sorry, Mr. Ngwenya, Tembe. Mr. Ngwenya is out. Yeah, it's Tembe now. Please, as I indicated earlier,
Yes.
your answers must not be long. Be as brief as possible, but get to the key points that you want to put to us as the as the interview panel.
Yes, sir.
Remember, we have many people. I think we were giving you the opportunity to introduce yourself.
Yes.
In my view, without cutting you out, I think you have done that, and we have a fair understanding of who you are and what you have.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Now, you are going to be given an opportunity to make a presentation to the panel. You have been given a topic or a theme on which to present before this panel. So we are going to give you 10 minutes strictly to make that presentation, and we are going to time you. The time begins now. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Without further ado, I'm going to deal with, I had prepared subheadings, but I'll just deal with, I'll start from selection as a subheading. Selection method. The main selection tool is an interview. Selection committees are appointed by the authority with the power of appointment, who is the minister or the member of the executive council for department, or the officer to whom the minister has delegated his or her power of appointment. Selection after minimum requirements have been met is not based on rigorously defined objective criteria. In many instances, departments continue to be faced with significant challenges in the application of recruitment processes and procedures. In 2009, the Public Service Commission found that the majority of departments did not have job descriptions for posts that they had advertised. Advertisements for posts were rarely or seldom approved prior to their publication. Shortlisting criteria were in many instances not documented. There also appeared to be no consistency in the application of scoring systems for shortlisting. Potential conflicts of interest of selection committees, of selection committee members in their relationship with candidates were seldom identified. There was little evidence of proper record keeping by departments of the entire selection process. The Public Service Commission concluded that these deficiencies are a serious, deficiencies are of a serious nature and impact negatively on the credibility of the process and its outcome. The Public Service Commission consequently found that the major implications in this regard were that the public service fails to place people with the right skills and competencies in the right places. The public service is at risk of not delivering on its mandate due to failure to attract or source suitable skills. There are areas where there is little or no accountability for ensuring efficient and effective recruitment processes. The Public Service Commission has published a toolkit on recruitment and selection in order to make interviews more rigorous. The toolkit requires preset questions and preset rating scales so that candidates can be scored consistently. The DPSA commissioned research into recruitment and selection best practices in 2000. One of the recommendations was that competency-based recruitment and selection should be adopted. Competency assessment as a second heading. Competency assessment has been introduced for members of the senior management service. The competency framework contains generic management competencies and does not replace the functional criteria for senior management service jobs. In other words, the competency assessment is not linked to the task requirements of a specific job or category of jobs. Functional criteria are derived from job specifications and may be set as specific requirements in job advertisements. Competency assessments are used in conjunction with the other processes associated with recruitment, which include interviewing and not as a single decider on whom to appoint to the post. The recruitment system described above gives rise to the following weaknesses and loopholes. The discretion for determining job specifications, the advertised requirements, and the appointment of selection committees rests with the executing authorities. Job specifications are not standardized by the DPSA. In effect, determining the inherent requirements of a job has been decentralized to departments. Very specific requirements may be set in advertisements, but many are not as clear and as specific as required. The criteria and rating scales used by selection committees and the rigor of the process are largely in the hands of selection committees. Selection after minimum requirements have been met is not based on rigorously defined objective criteria. Large variation can occur in the scores that members of selection committees may award candidates. Since there is no set of objective criteria against which candidates are scored, it is to be expected that large variations would occur, with the implication that one panelist best candidate is not the next panelist best candidate. Both the above points would result in a large degree of unevenness with regard to skills in the public service. The decisions on skills, requirements, and whether candidates meet them are decentralized rather than tightly regulated by the DPSA. This would inevitably result in inappropriate appointments. If interviews by selection committees are not rigorous enough, better outcomes can be achieved through a pool of candidates who may have undergone a prescribed training program and are certified to be able to perform a predetermined scope of work. Even if all the inherent requirements of a job or occupation are standardized and prescribed, the risk that selection committees will apply such requirements unevenly is very high if an interview is the main selection tool. This is because the right answer to an interview question in the minds of the members of the committee can vary dramatically between members, and this increases the risk for poor appointments. It should therefore be considered to introduce entrance examinations where everybody writes the same exam and are scored against the same standard. Generally, no specific continuous professional development requirements are set either as probation or promotion requirements. Thus, not only are there doubts about the rigor of the selection process, but there are also no compulsory prescribed training courses or other compulsory development requirements that candidates must meet after appointment to address skills gaps.
Yeah, the 10 minutes now is up. Sorry, Mr. Tembe. Now, members of the interview panel are going to ask you questions. You must give as short answers as possible, but getting to the gist of the question asked when you are answering. Don't take too much time. This is just a pre-warning. The members, as they ask you questions, they are going to introduce themselves.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Advocate Tembe.
Good morning.
My name is Teliswa Mkweba. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee who happen to be in this subcommittee. And thank you very much also for your presentation. But in your presentation, you have indicated that the competency tests are not linked to the task requirements. Then, Advocate Tembe, what is your opinion regarding the introduction of the competency framework tool used to influence decisions to appoint competent person for the job? And are the selection committees or panel members take these reports into consideration when appointing, and how can the Public Service Commission ensure such reports are used effectively to appoint people based on competency and merits? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkweba. Yes, my view is that the competency test, as I have outlined, is not linked to the functional areas where the incumbent employee should be performing. If I make an example, you find a huge mismatch between the skills required for the job and the qualification that the person holds. For instance, you may find someone who is a senior manager or a director responsible for physical planning, supervising architects and people who are actually trained in the built environment. So clearly that indicates that a competency test, that person may happen to have laid his hand on it and prepare for it without actually understanding the job that he or she is going to do in supervising the people in the built environment. And I'm saying this from experience because I've actually seen it after my long years of service in the public service. I think I've tried to answer your question, Honorable Mkweba.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Welcome and thank you for coming here, and good morning, Mr. Dembe. I am Miriam Kibi, a member of this panel. I once more want to thank you for availing yourselves to be here today with us. Mr. Dembe, I have one question for you. The power of appointment in South Africa is assigned by Section 3, Clause 7 of the Public Service Act to ministers on national level, members of the Executive Council on provincial level. Now, should the roles and responsibility of the human resource be taken away from the executive authority? If yes, would this minimize or end cadre deployment practice in the public service? I'm not sure if you got my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kibi. My own view as my own view is that the minister or the member of the Executive Council must work closely in those matters with the head of department in the province or the Director General at national level, because we should always remember that the politicians or the ministers or MECs have a mandate from the public. They are actually elected, so they are the ones who are actually accountable to the members of the public. So you cannot take them away from policy development or recruitment of public servants. They must be that guided political direction, which there must be an interface, if I can put it that way. My belief is that as much as you need bureaucrats who are capable and skilled, you also need political capacity, because politicians are the one who actually formulate policies for the government of the day. So the employees from the Director General, their actually work is to execute those policies by designing plans, strategic plans, and execution plans. I hope I have answered you, Honorable Kibi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Mr. Dembe. My name is Voisile Malomane. I'm part of the subcommittee members. My question, it will be based on your presentation. As in your presentation, you spoke about the issues of selection committees. So my question is, should the law be put in place to punish selection committee who appoints incompetent people in the public service? If yes, how would the Public Service Commission monitor all recruitment practices in the public service? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Malobane. I wouldn't say that the law should punish selection committees or selection committee members. But what I would propose is that those who are appointed to those committees must be selected carefully, because as I have said earlier on, the MEC or the minister at a national level is the one who actually carries the responsibility of service delivery, as they are elected to ensure service delivery to the community. So what I would say is that selection committees must be given clear guidelines, and there must be strict adherence to the guidelines. And I believe that the Public Service Commission can play a part, because they are the ones who are actually responsible in ensuring that there is adherence there is adherence to the prescripts of the Constitution as outlined in Section 195, where the basic values and principles of public service are actually outlined. So I believe that if the selection committees would work in conjunction with the Public Service Commission, the work would be done and adherence would be found to those values, in ensuring that people who are actually properly qualified and competent are appointed. I hope that I've answered you, Honorable Maloban.
Thank you, Mr. Tembe. Is now Jojo James, the chair of the interview panel, who is asking you the question. I'm introducing myself for the second time so that you become aware who is speaking now.
Yes.
Can you briefly tell this panel your understanding on the functions of the Public Service Commission and the principles and values governing the public administration?
The values and principles governing the public service are actually, as I have indicated, derived from Section 195 of the Constitution. Among others, the public service must ensure that there is human resource development, and also services must be there must be access to services by the communities or the public. And the functions or responsibilities of the Public Service Commission, among others, they have to ensure that public servants adhere or comply in their practices with the prescripts of Section 195, in ensuring that there is service delivery, the procurement of services is actually efficient, effective, and that there is human capital development, and Public Service Commission also has got to investigate official acts or omissions in the public service and ensure that those are remedied wherever they occur. I think I've answered you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Tembe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ngola nyama, nyomfe kandaba mntwana. Sikumukele. Usibisi lo okhulumayo, member ye portfolio committee. I will just take one question. Maladministration and corruption are cancers so ingrained in the public service has become the new normal, and it's impacting negatively on the development in this country. What causes corruption, and how can the PSC play a meaningful role in preventing, reducing, and keeping corrupt practices in the public service? Please indicate current weakness in the system and propose your solution in your response. Ngibonge Nyomfa.
Thank you, Honorable Sibisi. There is a lot that government has done in terms of legislation in order to curb corruption or actually root it out from the system. But as I have indicated in the presentation, in many instances, what causes corruption, in my view, is that people, I would say this in the first place, don't have what others call political competence. By political competence, I mean an appreciation of the government policies of the day. Secondly, it all goes back to what I have alluded to, that people all too often are appointed to positions that they are not suitable for. So, and the other thing is that in some instances, there is no synergy between political capacity and the bureaucratic capacity. So the bureaucrats, the technocrats, as the public servants, don't really understand in some cases what is it that we have to do. Answering the question as to what can be done to root out corruption. First of all, I think we have to go back to the starting point where we used to be nationalistic and patriotic. Because if you had a national agenda as a public servant and you were patriotic to your country, you would be able to honor the national duty or a provincial duty or a local duty that you would have been given to serve the people, and you would do that with honesty and integrity. So I think that through you, Honorable Chairperson, the huge responsibility is actually on your shoulders in your constituencies to drive that nationalistic agenda and patriotism among the people, so that when they are called upon to serve the people, they would do so with pride, with diligence, with honesty, and with integrity. And they would work diligently with competencies that they have, and also with excellence to ensure that their skills and are beneficial to the people. And I also believe that the the National School of Government can play a role in educating public servants about corruption and, as you put it, Honorable Sibisi, how cancerous it is to economic growth and economic development, and how it negatively impacts on service delivery. And that for hard and for long, we would be paying for those cancers to be healed in the nation if what I have alluded to is not achieved in speed. I think I've answered you, Honorable Sibisi.
Thank you very much, Ntate Tembe. My name is Rosina Komani, the member of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, hence the member of this subcommittee and the member of this panel. Thank you very much for your presentation and your availability for this interview today. So my question would then be, the PSC functions are aimed at, amongst others, to promote values and principles governing public administration and to give direction aimed at ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. In your own view, is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service? And how can the PSC reposition itself to make an impact given its wider mandate of promoting the values and principles governing the public administration? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Komani. My own view is that the Public Service Commission is doing its best within the legal parameters within which it operates. But my own view as well is that the Public Service Commission would do more if it would be able to make, instead of giving direction, if it would be involved in the actual implementation of what is actually prescribed in Section 195 of the Constitution. But that is just an ideal, as I say, because they are working within the legal parameters of the Constitution, which do not actually enable them to play a central role in ensuring the attainment or the implementation of what Section 195 says. Unlike in other countries, which are actually developmental in nature, like South Korea, like Singapore and Malaysia, and in Africa, Rwanda. In those countries, the Public Service Commission is actually directly involved in the recruitment and in the appointment of public servants. In that case, they are able to oversee directly what is actually happening in the public service. But our situation is different because of our constitutional prescripts. Thank you. I think I've answered you, Honorable Komani.
Mr. Tempe.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much once again for coming to this interview and having answered all the questions put to you. In due course, you will be informed of the results of this interview. But before I let you go, is there anything or comment you want to make to this interview panel? Without going back to your presentation and starting all over again. If there are key issues that you want to comment on to the interview panel.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I just have one question. And these days, I think since 2009, there's been talk of South Africa becoming a developmental state. So, whereby appointments of public servants is actually based on meritocracy. In other words, based on their qualifications and experience. I wish to know, given our constitutional paradigm, if you, Chair, as the chairperson of Public Service and Administration, if you would propose constitutional amendments, if possible, in order to try and achieve what Singapore, South Korea, and Japan have achieved in actually getting their countries to that stage, because they were once lower income countries, and from there they progressed to become middle income countries, and now they are high income countries. That's the question I would ask, Honorable Chairperson.
I'm laughing, Mr. Tembe, because I don't want to answer that question. In the event you become successful in doing the interview and appointed as a commissioner, I think in the execution of your responsibilities and duties, this question, you must answer it practically. That's the answer I can give. Thank you very much, Mr. Tembe, for coming to the interview. And you are now free to leave because we have come to the end of your interview. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members, for inviting me.
Thank you, Mr. Tembe.
Thank you.
What time do we go? I'm Giorgio James, the chairperson of the interview panel and also the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. Welcome to this interview. Relax, feel free. We are not here to threaten you or to put you under pressure. We want you to be as relaxed as possible. But we will ask you questions so that we may be able to discover if you do have the requisites for the position you have applied. Once again, thank you very much. I'm going to give you now an opportunity to introduce yourself, and you must be as short as possible, but without leaving any key issues that you want to put to this committee in your introduction to the interview panel. Thank you very much. The floor is yours now.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Odette Ramsing. I'm a former public servant, having served in the public service for over 13 years. I reached the highest levels of administrative leadership as the Director General of the Public Service Commission. So in a way, it's full circle as I come to be interviewed for this position. I believe that I have solid qualifications and that I have a depth of experience, not only in terms of the public service, but also in the private sector. So, Chairperson, I'm ready to present my candidature for this position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramsing. At this point, you have been given the theme on which to present to the panel. So we are going to give you now 10 minutes to make that presentation on the theme. We are going to be strict in time so that we may be able to interview everybody that we have scheduled to interview today. So we are going to time your presentation, strictly 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Although I was told 15 minutes and I prepared for 15 minutes, but I will cut it as short as I can. So, Chairperson, I'd want to thank you for the opportunity to address this committee on the issue of recruitment and selection. As I understand, you're really concerned about the impact of recruitment on performance, but more so in terms of the recruitment of senior officials. And as a result, you're worried about its impact on a capable, ethical, as well as a professional state. As I've said earlier, I've had the privilege of serving in the South African public service, and I have been at the coalface of changing policy of my time. Equally, I've worked in the private sector and in the area of human resources. And in that way, I believe that I can offer an opinion, given my experience in this area. And even though I now come with an outsider's perspective, given that I've stepped away from public service for a while, I'm hoping to really be able to engage you, Chairperson, on the issue. And I want to begin my presentation and my approach to my presentation by very strongly arguing that human resources and by extension, recruitment and selection in the African public services cannot be devoid of a discussion on public service reforms. Therefore, I will briefly discuss the periods of reform that we have been through in African public services broadly. I then want to talk to the challenges in recruitment and selection itself. And I want to then explore and challenge whether public servants in South Africa have the requisite ethos, behavior, and the professionalism and motivation to not only deliver on the National Development Plan,
but also to be able to deliver on the sustainable development goals. So, Chairperson, underpinning my discussion is the submission that the quality of recruitment as well as the culture of the public service determines performance. And if we don't address the culture of the public service, if we don't nurture our public servants, you're actually going to get the kind of responses we're seeing to public service that we currently have. So, Chairperson, if you look at my slide on reform and the impact of public service on public services and public servants, I want to say that there's no doubt that reforms in Africa have impacted public services with varied success and sometimes very painful. The diagram on your screen, Chairperson, tracks reforms from the 1980s, typically referred to your structural adjustment reforms, to the new public service or new public management reforms, where your citizen was suddenly now being treated as a customer, almost private sector approach to how you deal with the citizens in the country. And then you went to the introduction of the good governance concept, where there was a requirement of public servants to follow certain principles around good governance. And then for the first time, Chairperson, I want to argue that when you got the Millennium Development Goals, for the first time public servants were actually offered a vision and mission for which the direction of the public service should go. And now we find ourselves within the Sustainable Development Goals. And essentially, in fairness, all of these reforms was really to build a professional cadre of public servants that will be able to deliver quality services. But the reality is that little focus was actually put on attending to the culture of the public servant. In more cases, there was an emphasis on dealing with the hardware, the hard engineering issues, and not attention was given to organizational change and to change processes. There was a belief that if you put policies in place, if you attended to recruitment issues, if you attended to remuneration issues, by assumption, the public servant will then conform to what you wanted in terms of professionalism. No emphasis in itself was placed in terms of the public servant as such. So, Chairperson, luckily with the MDGs and the Sustainable Development Goals, suddenly you saw an increasing prominence in the area of human resources, and I want to say by extension in the area of recruitment and selection. Because for the first time you suddenly realized that there was an increasing realization that public servants have a direct bearing on the service delivery mandates, and borne out by attempts to understand why didn't the MDGs and now the SDGs have the accelerated process that we expected of them? And a more demanding, of course, and rightfully so, a more demanding and an increasingly informed citizenry. And I think for me, what I saw as a most important shift was suddenly assigning a central role to investments in human capital. And therefore, it was felt that if you shift and you focus on human capital, that will make for sustained economic growth, and not necessarily the converse. So turning to the slide on challenges in the public service, or challenges in recruitment and selection. So while you had your public service constantly reforming, spurred on by this rapidly changing world that I'm talking about, with your heightened citizen demands and global programs, the same old ways of doing things persisted. Re-engineering the hardware, expecting machine-like obedience for public servants. So how did the public servant respond to this? You suddenly got deep cynicism, increased uncertainty, and they became disengaged. Leaving, and what was it, in what kind of context was this happening? In a context where you suddenly found that the rule of law has been fractured, there's rising corruption, and there's low public trust Honorable members, you are familiar with the challenges flighted on that slide. And you have seen firsthand how they have eroded the South African public service. So because of time constraints, I'm not going to delve into each of them, but well in the knowledge that you know it even better than me in your time on this committee. So what do we need to do? So what's the answer to all of this? How do we arrest it? So my first submission to you is performance and innovation must depend on the kind of culture you have in the public service. You will not be able to recruit the best and even the brightest until you make the public service a place of choice, a career of choice. How public servants respond to the environment is going to determine their attitude and it's going to determine their behavior. So fundamentally, set a clear vision for your public servants and a legislative framework that will attract the meritorious, the qualified, and the competent individual to the public service. And work on the culture of transforming this public service, bring back the prestige of public service and what it means to serve. What is that calling in relation to public servants responding to the work they're doing in the public service? The reality is, if you're going to continuously have a situation where the culture is good or bad, and unfortunately in the public sector of today, that culture is bad, you're going to have a situation where when public servants respond, and when they respond to the citizen, they're going to do so in a disengaged and unmotivated way. And it's going to reflect in the product and the service. We hear daily of the complaints of citizens in relation to our hospitals, to our schools, to different sectors within the public service. And ultimately it rests in relation to the public service. And if you unleash their talent, if you make them feel valued in terms of what they're doing, you're going to get a much different response. And I want to pause and use the example of the NASA example. I don't know if anybody knows this here, but there was a group of researchers waiting at the lift in NASA, you know, the Astronaut Association, and they saw somebody sweeping the floor. And they turned to the cleaner and they asked the person, "What are you doing here?" Do you know what was the response of the person? It wasn't that I'm sweeping the floor. The response was immediately, "I'm taking a man to the moon." And you know why that employee was able to respond in that particular way? Because they were connected to the vision and mission of the organization. They understood intrinsically, they understood intimately that their role, no matter where in the public service, they are actually part of this bigger mission. Now imagine how beautiful if you go and ask a public servant, whether it's Home Affairs, wherever, and you ask them, "What are you doing here?" And their immediate response unhesitatingly says, "I'm here to contribute to a better South Africa for the citizens of this country." And that's what you want to transform in relation to what I am arguing should be the first part. The second issue, Chair, is as I said, you've got to set this journey. You've got to make them understand what is the vision of the National Development Plan and what is their contribution in relation to this vision. So get the necessary buy-in and you will see, I believe, that public servants will extend the discretionary effort that you're looking for them to. Coming from the private sector, every single quarter, the CEO of the company, minimum, would go around and talk to every single employee in that organization. When last have you seen a minister or a DG get down from their ivory towers, get down to the work floor and actually engage those public servants that are supposed to be actually delivering the mandate of that department? And these are the kind of things that we need to start getting, pushing through in the public service. So if you lay the foundations and if you set the journey, I'm saying, which person wouldn't want to be part of a public service that can make a difference Because anything you want to do in your life, it is about how do you make a difference to others. So Chairperson, very quickly again, is what then am I saying are the key levers to address some of the challenges in recruitment and selection? What I told you about in terms of culture and change management, that I want to submit are the more difficult issues. The easier ones are really in relation to how do you tinker, if you will, with the processes. But in doing that, remember, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So you can have the best laid plans, policies, legislation. If you're not dealing with the culture, the attitudes, the behavior that must go with that, it's going to absolutely eat strategy for breakfast. So my first submission is that you cannot look at recruitment and selection without scrutinizing the role of the DPSA. Ultimately, the DPSA is the HR department for the whole public service. And I must say it has been fairly effective in laying down policies and procedures as well as norms and standards. However, it really needs to review its impact on decentralization. And I'm suggesting that it must do this without necessarily hindering the department's ability to very quickly put human resources needs in place. They need to look at the issues of job specifications and the requirements of the position, because really there's not a standard approach in relation to that. They need really also, I want to argue, is look at HR units within departments and start turning around these units, not to just be administrative units, but actually to realize the specialized roles they play in recruitment and selection. I would also submit that you've got to have some kind of entrance requirement for candidates at all levels of the public service, and you need to focus on certification of competence, not certification of attendance. And in making that statement, it brings into bear the role of the National School of Government and a review in relation to how it's responding to this aspect. And then you must move the spotlight to the Public Service Commission, of course, especially given that it has a strong constitutional mandate. It's the custodian of good government, but it needs to take a more active role in recruitment and selection, as you need a strong arbiter in this area. On the one hand, you've got the inherent tensions of a Department of Public Service and Administration, and on the other, you have the existing tensions of your political and administrative interface. Some would argue, with good authority, I would say, that would call for the recruitment of your most senior employees should be done under the cover of the PSC. But this would require constitutional amendments, obviously.
Thank you. Your 10 minutes is now up.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Ramsey.
Thank you, Chair.
Now, I'm going to open for... Okay. Now, members of the panel are going to ask you questions. I'm going to start on my left.
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Be brief as possible in your answers as well, because we don't want you to consume much time so that we may not be able to conclude the interviews of the candidates today. We want to interview everybody today, so be as brief as possible in your answers.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good day, Ms. Ramsing, and thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Teliswam Gweba, the member of the Portfolio Committee and who happen to sit in this subcommittee. Ms. Ramsingh, I think in your presentation you have cited nepotism and cadre deployment as a challenge in the public service. So how would you then advise the Commission together with the Department of Public Service and Administration to tackle the two obstacles of nepotism and cadre deployment, impacting on government to achieve a capable and a developmental state? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And I think your question covers a whole lot of aspects, I would argue, in relation to the matter. So I think we must also have an appreciation for the historical development of the public service and making it broadly representative. So at the time, I think cadre deployment was necessary because you must understand, in order to respond to making the public broadly representative for all South African people, at the time, the Public Service Commission, before 1994, was a Public Service Commission which was responsible for recruitment, but that recruitment was in relation to candidates from within the public service. So the ability to transform the public service would have been very difficult if you had a situation where you only had recruitment internal to the current public service of the time. So I think you need to understand that concept of cadre deployment. But I think if you're looking now, so many years after democracy, you have to then be guided by what the Constitution says in relation to recruitment. That you've got to recruit people on the basis of representativity, that have the ability, it must be objective, and it must be fair. And therefore, all of your policies must respond to that aspect. And therefore, when you appoint somebody, you need to ensure that they are qualified, they are competent, and they meet the inherent requirements of the position. So for me, the first issue is who is actually monitoring or guarding the inherent requirements of any position that is actually advertised. My second submission is that when you then go to the issue of appointment of your most senior employees, I would argue strongly that you must separate the shortlisting process from the recruitment process. And let me tell you why I make that argument, is that I would strongly want to argue that actually political bearers should be excluded from the process completely. But then I'm mindful of the fact that if you want to work effectively with your minister or with your EA, there's got to be a rapport between two people. So whether you're talking about the private or whether you're talking about the public sector, you want to have some kind of rapport. And therefore, I'm not therefore advocating then for the total exclusion of political office bearers. But what I'm saying is, have your Public Service Commission, who then commands what the Constitution has given it and gives it directions in terms of recruitment and selection. And let that commission administer a system where for your senior public servants, the shortlisting process is purely technical. So what you feed into the system in terms of what the shortlisting requirements are, you feed in my CV, and if I am then shortlisted in terms of those requirements, you put a set group of people before a minister and other stakeholders. And the interview then takes place in relation to the people that have been shortlisted, because the shortlisting would purely have been on the basis of having qualified for the inherent requirements of the position. So that would be my submission in relation to that. My other submission also would be the fact that you have an extremely high turnover of HODs. And that has been happening since my time at the Public Service Commission and the research we did in 2007, 2008. And we wanted to try to understand what was driving that. And the two key aspects that were actually driving this high turnover, firstly, you had the interface, the political and administrative interface, and the inherent contradictions that were seen in terms of your Public Service Act allowing your executive authorities authority over human resources, the establishment of their departments. And then on the other hand, you had your directors general being accounting officers and responsible for financial management. And therein you got a tussle between the two different, the different categories in terms of running the department.
You have answered the question sufficiently.
Are you comfortable? There was another point I was going to make in relation to that, and that was...
I understand that people want
Okay.
to give out as much as they can.
Okay.
But if, in my view, you have sufficiently addressed this question. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, Ms. Ram Singh. I am Miriam Kibi, a member of the panel, and I am a member of the committee as well. Ms. Ram Singh, there is a public perception that the PSC is lacking behind with regard to monitoring of personnel practices in the public service, especially with regard to recruitment and selection processes in senior management level. Now, my question is, how would you propose to other commissioners effective monitoring frameworks, tools to ensure oversight of all senior management appointments in the public services are purely based on merits? I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I want to submit in my response, firstly, I think the PSC has by and large laid down some important instruments to try and professionalize the public service. You know, in terms of, you know, your financial disclosure framework, in terms of your evaluation of directors general, heads of department. So those are important frameworks, and they touch directly in relation to the quality of candidates as such. But where I think the PSC has not gone far enough is in relation to robustly taking on the role that the Constitution gives it in terms of giving direction in terms of recruitment and selection. And I think the Public Service Commission has been reticent and shy. In our time, I think it was very similar in that we didn't really take up that aspect of the constitutional mandate. But as I said, at that stage, you were also trying to develop a representative public service. So my view is really a view which says, Public Service Commission, take up the direction. It's a constitutional direction you have been given. Don't be shy, don't shy away from it. Secondly, Public Service Commission, you need to set up a competitive framework that will allow for the appointment of qualified and competent HODs or senior managers. And in doing that, investigate, you basically investigate entrance requirements for each level in the public service. Let's be honest, and I don't know if it's changed much. You would have a situation where today you would be appointed a director. 9 months later, you're in the position of a deputy director general. Now, what happened in terms of getting the necessary experience before you move to the next level? So if you're going to have career public servants in place, you need to ensure that there are certain stipulations where they're in a position for a defined period, where before they get to the next position, they actually then need to get through some kind of entrant requirement. And I'm submitting that the Public Service Commission needs to administer that. My second submission, ma'am, is that...
Thank you. You have a lot of energy, and I appreciate that. But we are mindful of the time. We don't have 2 days to conduct this interview anymore. Please be as brief as possible in your answers, but without leaving key issues you want to put across in answering questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good day, Ma'am Rossi. My question, it will be based on your presentation where you spoke about ineffective human resource. Ineffective human resource and flows in the recruitment and selection process has also been flagged by the Management Performance Assessment tool over the past years. What could be your advice and recommendation in the transforming ineffective human resource management units in the public service in order to deliver on their mandate? Thank you.
Honourable Member, may I just repeat the question so I understand that I've understood it correctly? And my understanding of your question is that I should actually give recommendations in relation to the HR units in terms of their role in recruitment and selection?
Can I reflect, but I think we're correct. What could be your advice and recommendations in the transforming ineffective human resource management units in the public service in order to deliver on their mandate? That's my question. Thank you.
Chair, thank you, Honourable Member. You know, earlier in my presentation, and I'm going to go really quickly, earlier in my presentation I had pointed out that these units need to move from from being administrative units and need to be much more specialized in terms of the recruitment and selection function. If you go, for example, into the private sector or other areas, even in your academic sector, there's focus that are actually given on recruitment and selection as it's recognized as a really specialized field. And I'm not so sure how capacitated our HR units are to respond to that. The second issue in relation to the HR units I would want to submit, if you look in terms of other countries that you would engage with around this, human resource practitioners are actually certified as human resource practitioners in the field of public service. So for example, yes, somebody can be very qualified, but when you get to on the job and when you get to the practical aspects of it, there is always that kind of gap. And so I would want to encourage some kind of certification of your HR practitioners. And secondly, I would really want to strongly encourage that your HR practitioners, remember they're running your people agenda. They're responsible of advising you, whether you're a minister or a director general, on how you manage your people. And therefore, their access to certain structures, I think they need to be given access to that. You only call an HR person if you've got a problem around discipline. You know, does a director general say, you know, my HR planning, if I look at my 5-year plan, you know, for this department, I need to understand what should my HR planning look like in relation to that. But your HR people are not necessarily sitting at that strategic table to have discussions in relation to this. And that's why in my presentation, I put quite a lot of emphasis on the role of the Department of Public Service and Administration, because ultimately they are the HR department of the public service, and they need to take this in hand where they train and mold your HR practitioners in a way that they give the strategic advice on people management that is needed. And I want to also submit it will address the issues I spoke about around culture, around innovation, and around creativity of your public servants. But I want to end, ma'am, by saying they are really a critical component, and they completely undermined and undervalued in the public service. Thank you.
Thank you. It's me answering, asking question now. What is your understanding of the functions of the Public Service Commission and values and principles governing public administration, taking into account the constitutional mandate of the Public Service Commission as enshrined in Section 195 of the Constitution?
Thank you, Chairperson. So in terms of Section 195, you have basically your Chapter 10, which sets out, in terms of Section 195, it sets out the basic values and principles of public administration. It actually gives you 9 key principles. You know, the firstly, that public service must have high ethics must be promoted within the public service. It talks about what I always call your 3 E's: economic, efficient, and effective resources. There must be effective management of resources generally. Your public service, your public administration must be developmentally oriented, given the kind of character of our country and of our state. The services to your citizens need to be given in a fair manner, in an equal manner, and also without bias. It also talks about public administration must be accountable. You need to ensure and to encourage citizens to participate. And in order to put them in a position to participate, you need to ensure that they are given timely, accurate information which they can engage with. And of course, you have to ensure that there's good human resources and career aspects of the public service is actually cultivated. And then lastly, what I think our public service has been really good at, and also I think even the work of the Public Service Commission in monitoring this year, is ensuring that your public administration is broadly representative of the people of South Africa, and to ensure that the employment practices are objective, based on ability, but most importantly, to redress the imbalances of the past. So then when you turn then to its functions.
That's enough.
Chairperson?
I'm not cutting you out, but we have covered the gist of this question sufficiently.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsing.
I understand you have a lot to give. I'm not trying to put you off. You have a lot to give, but please bear in mind the time.
Thanks, Ms. Ramsing. I am Mzwake Sbisi, a member of this portfolio committee. I will just take one question with you. There is a huge loss of public monies due to corruption, especially with public servants doing business with the state. Now, tell us, in your own opinion, how could public servants be stopped from doing business with the state, since there is legislation already preventing this practice, yet it is still going on? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You're correct, there's legislation. No public servant should be doing business, in terms of private business. However, good legislation doesn't always translate, as we know, into ensuring that it's adhered to. and that somebody is monitoring it closely. I think the aspect of what the Public Service Commission has done, in my understanding, was put together the financial disclosure framework, where on an annual basis, public servants are really supposed to declare. And in that declaration, there should be follow-up. The truth of the matter, and I suppose these are some of the constraints of the Public Service Commission, it gets to the point of really good diagnostics. It will be able to tell you how many people submitted and how many people didn't submit. But its resources and its ability to kind of then investigate and interrogate each of those financial disclosure forms lies in why you get a situation that the law is clear, but if nobody is going to monitor that me as a Director General am not doing business, with the state, I'm going to believe that, I can continue to do this here because nobody's really going to check. Because all that is required of me is to submit my disclosures, but nobody is actually investigating the veracity in relation to those disclosures and what I've said is actually true. And in fairness to the Public Service Commission, I don't know if it has enough resources to be able to investigate it. So what it does then rely on, it relies on the public and other public servants to actually, draw it to their attention or to institute a complaint which it can then investigate. So a lot of what it does, Honourable Member, in this respect is very reactive. And I'm saying you have to go beyond just saying how many people have submitted these disclosures. There's got to be some kind of sampling of those financial disclosure forms, at least 10% on an annual basis. And also, Honourable Chair, I'm saying if the Public Service Commission has a good relationship with the citizens, where citizens understand that this is the place where they can go and complain, and very quickly their complaints will be addressed, you will find that citizens themselves will draw attention to some of these practices to the Public Service Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Rasmir. My name is Rosina Komani, the member of this portfolio committee and a member of this panel. Thank you very much for your presentation, which showed so much insight in terms of knowledge of the Public Service Commission, given the fact that you have served in this commission earlier. So on that note, and or based on your research on the Public Service Commission, which you already had the background of, by the way, when you were invited for this interview, one would then ask, if you be given this post, what will be your vision in transforming the Public Service Commission without compromising its independence and impartiality? Second to that, how can the independence of the administration of the PSC be protected since officials of the Commission are appointed through the Public Service Act of 1994? Thank you very much.
If I was a successful commissioner, my vision would be anchored on the whole issue that I am there to promote the values and principles of Section 195 of the Constitution. So that would be my marching orders, if you will, ma'am. And in taking those marching orders, I would need to be sure that, together with my fellow commissioners, to be ensured that we are much more robust in terms of how we present ourselves. I think there's, as I've said earlier, the Public Service Commission during my time was clearly too modest, and now it seems to have retracted into a position of complete shyness. And you got to ask, why is that the case? Is it the case because the Minister of Public Service and Administration and that relationship in terms of the budget compromises its independence, firstly? Or secondly, is it the case that this portfolio committee is not necessarily also partnering with the Public Service Commission in a way that it stands tall and is bold enough to follow up on issues? So, we've got to question all the relationships. So, for me, if I was ever into this position, I would want to explore a lot more of that. But in that exploration, I would want to reposition the approach of the Public Service Commission, firstly in terms of its citizens. They need to play a huge role in ensuring that citizens, there's participation, public participation with citizens. Because if your citizens don't have kind of the regard they should have for this body, and if you don't partner with citizens, you're not going to get the kind of reforms that you want. And then I also want to say there needs to be a different kind of relationship with public servants. You must project yourself as the Public Service Commission, the custodians of bringing back the prestige of the public service. So public servants themselves will approach you as the port of first call in relation to any challenges and any problems. And you will then be able to unearth a lot of what has been covered within departments. And then I want to say, the way in which you present your advice to national and provincial departments. You need to find a way to support their implementation, ma'am. As I said earlier, the Public Service Commission is really good in terms of analyzing the problems. But then we step back. And you got to ask yourself, is there a middle road between advising departments as to what the problem is and rolling up your sleeves and be part of the solution? Because some may argue that could also impact the kind of independence. But I'm submitting that it can't just be left by the submission of a report on identifying the problem. We need to go a little beyond that. And you're only going to go beyond that. You're only going to get the confidence of the citizen, the confidence of the public servant, and the confidence of your DGs who will follow your advice if you've got the right stature in relation to who is in your Public Service Commission. People in the Public Service Commission need to understand the public service, its architecture, and should be able to navigate around it. You've got to have the gravitas. Because remember, at this stage, the Public Service Commission's recommendations are influential in nature.
And you have addressed this question.
Okay.
You have addressed it. You're covered. Thank you very much. Ms. Ramsing, at this point, I want to give you an opportunity to make a comment to the panel. By that, I don't mean go back to your presentation or what, a comment that you feel you want to make to the commission.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, I want to thank you for the opportunity you've given me to present my candidature. I really do wish I had more time to engage on some of the issues because really they're multifaceted. There's no one right answer. You've got to see it from so many different perspectives. But having said that, I really want to wish you well in this journey to find the right public service commissioners, because really, you've got an onerous task. Because for the next 5 years, these people are going to be expected to guide your public service. And if you choose wrongly, I think the Public Service Commission is going to be the poorer as a result. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsing. I'm sorry, there's a follow-up that the honorable members want to make. I'm sorry. I feel I must give that member that opportunity to make that follow-up.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Ramsing, I'm very sorry to put this at the end of your interview, but there's something that I wanted to clear through the chairperson of this panel so that when we make the decision on this interview, we must make a rational and informed decision. without any biasness also on Chair. In terms of the CV of the applicant, it is stated that the applicant has got a disability. Maybe if she can take us through, so that maybe, because as the government of the day and as the South Africans, we need as well to take cognizance of the people living with disabilities, youth and females, when we make our appointments. So maybe we must not just play a blind eye on that matter. Thank you very much.
Can you respond to that?
Thank you, Chair. I wear hearing aids. I have a hearing impairment. I wear hearing aids.
Okay. Or okay. Okay, thank you. As I said, Ms. Ramsey, thank you very much. You will be informed of the results of this interview very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
Ma'am Khulwane, welcome to this interview. Let me first introduce myself. I'm Jojo James, the chair of the interview panel. I'm also the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. Welcome to the interview. Relax. Don't feel any pressure. We are not going to put pressure on you. We want you to relax as much as you can. But of course, we are going to put questions to you. The aim of putting questions to you is wanting to ensure that you do have the prerequisite for this position you have applied for. Thank you very much. Can you briefly introduce yourself to the panel?
Thank you, Chair. And the committee.
Put on the mic
Oh,
and speak to the mic. Yes.
okay, it's this one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and the committee at large. I am Lina Mokholane from Pretoria. I was working at South African Police Services. I joined the services in 1994. I was working with administration in the Human Resource Management Division. I was working under the commissioner. During that time, it was Commissioner Stander. And then I was doing recruitment, training and development, general work in all. The sports and recreation, as I indicated, that it was administration at large. And then I have improved my knowledge by studying with UNISA. And then I have studied public administration and management. I got the diploma, and later I studied for BTech in public administration. And then when I saw the advert, I said, oh, this one, let me just apply, because I can see it's more of administration work in human resource. And then I'm not going to dwell in too much because you have my CV.
I like what you say. I like it. Thank you, Ma. You have been given a theme on which to present. Now we are going to give you an opportunity to make your presentation, and your presentation is limited to 10 minutes. Strictly 10 minutes, we will be timing you. You must not go above that. If, for instance, the communication was 15, we want to apologize for that. In fact, it was 10
minutes.
Yes. So you make all means to put everything in your presentation within that allotted 10 minutes. Thank you. You can take the platform now and make your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. This one is not for me. Sorry. Is this one, that one. My first slide is a table of contents. It includes
the challenges on weaknesses and loopholes in the public sector, recruitment mistakes that made by the organization, strategic proposals and effectiveness, the measure to correct the challenges and the weaknesses. We have the National Development Plan, provision that govern recruitment and selection, and then the last one is references. The challenges that we have on the recruitment: no detailed policies and procedure in place. Some government sectors do not have the detailed procedure, no standardized methods and procedure in place. Inability to address and achieve EE targets, employment equity targets. Demoralizing effect on staff members. Misinterpretation of HR prescripts in the department sector. The appointment of unethical panel members. It continues here. Poor recruiting decision. Budget constraints in filling up the positions. Negative outcomes of selection errors. It impacts finances and time wasted. Departments do not accommodate, when they appoint someone, they don't look at the skills, competencies, training and traits, and no monitoring and evaluation in place in some departmental organization. Interference of political and senior management. Selection process not structured accordingly. Here I've got recruitment mistakes that made by most of the department governments. Not creating an accurate job description. Failing to consider recruiting within the organization. Relying too much on the interview. Using unconscious bias. Hiring people less qualified. Relying too much on references. Rejecting an overqualified candidate. Expecting too much too soon from candidate. Here are the strategic proposals. The Public Service Commission toolkit on recruitment and selection should be updated. DPSA should develop talent management, the policies and the strategy. Need to review the Public Service Act 1994 and the Public Service Regulation 2016. Introduce quality assurance teams in the unit. Representatives of persons with disabilities. Representative of women at the level of SMS. HR practitioners should be empowered. Non-adherence by the management. It continues. Speed vetting and verification process. I have seen this organization have done very well when coming to this. Speedy vetting and verification. Requirements for position below SMS level. Standardized job requirement per salary level. Capacitate all line managers in the recruitment and selection process. Decentralized recruitment and selection system. Planning, organizing, controlling, and evaluation. The next slide, the National Development Plan 2013. This is an important policy document drafted in 2012 by the National Planning Commission. Focus area of the national development. We have 14 focus areas, but we can list education, health, safety, security, skills development. Objective of the NDP aims to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality by 2030. Core elements of standard of living: housing, water, electricity, sanitation, quality healthcare, and employment. The next slide, these are the provisions that govern recruitment and selection. Number 1, Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 96, Public Service Act 103 of 94, Public Service Regulation 2001, Labor Relation Act 66 of 1995, White Paper on Transformation, Public Service Delivery, White Paper on HRM in the Public Service 2007, Employment Equity 55 of 98, Senior Management Service Handbook 2003. The Act helps us to all those challenges and the weaknesses and the mistakes if all the organization can work according to the Act. I don't see we will have too much of grievances and the mistakes and the loopholes. Oh, I can carry on. Hey, I was just rushing because I'm afraid of 10 minutes. Or can I carry on?
If you are through 5.
Because I was just saying, I didn't explain what I was saying. I was afraid of, must be on time. Or I can carry on.
No.
Okay.
Now, members are going to ask you a question. They are going to introduce themselves as they ask these questions.
Okay.
Yes.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And good day, Ms. Lina Mukholane. Thank you very much for your presentation. And however, my name is Teliswa Mkweba, a member of this portfolio committee who happen to be in the subcommittee. So my question to you, Ms. Mukholane, is that in your presentation, we have made mention of lack of monitoring and evaluation in place, and also the interference of political and senior management, as well as selection process not structured accordingly. Then my question to you, Ms. Mukholane, what could be the role of the Public Service Commission in addressing the weaknesses that I've mentioned? And in your own understanding, who should monitor personnel practices between the Public Service Commission and the Department of Public Service and Administration? Thank you very much, Chair.
I don't know if I get it clearly. Can I ask it again?
If you did not get the question, I will ask her to repeat it so that we
Please,
note it.
please, Chair.
Yeah, please. Can you, Honorable Mkweba, repeat the question?
Question, Ms. Mukholane, is in your presentation, you have identified a lack of monitoring and evaluation that is not in place, and also the interference of political and senior management, as well as the selection process that, in your view, you believe is not structured accordingly. So my question to you, what could be the role of the Public Service Commission? Agiri, you have applied to be a commissioner in addressing the weaknesses that I spoke about? And also, in your own understanding, who should monitor personnel practices between the Public Service Commission and the Department of Public Service and Administration?
Yes.
At least siyatholana ngoku.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Let's start with the monitoring and evaluation. It's not all the department organization that are not complying with monitoring and evaluation. Monitoring and evaluation is a tool that should be in place in order to get improvement of the organization conduct. It's monitoring and evaluation. Because when you monitor and you evaluate, you can see, no, this time we were not on the right track. Let's start to do something, to do something better than the previous. That's what I mentioned that. And then the interference of the senior managers and the political parties. I'm going to just give an example of the interference of senior managers. But I'm not going to say which organization. But I can give the example of what happened. That is why I said interference of senior managers. I was part of the panel members. Then we have screened all the applications and then shortlisted, and all candidates did attend the interview. Only to find that on the selection forms, there was a name. That person was not on the list, shortlisted list, but they force us to select that person. So that is why I said there's an interference of senior managers. Because sometimes you can work, but at the end of the day, you have someone on top of you, and he or she gives you instruction to do that. So at the end of the day, you see, it's not what is supposed to be, because things must be in line with recruitment process and procedures. It's interference of the senior managers. So because of you don't have that power to say this is wrong. There's nothing we can do on it.
So, as I'm listening to your explanation, how do we think that must be addressed? If you can be then recommended as a commissioner?
In my view, as we are doing this recruitment and selection in the government sector, I think the commissioner must just visit each department and sit down with all those list of people who have been shortlisted and all those people who have been selected, all those people who were interviewed, so that they must be sure of what is going on in the government sectors. Because if they are just working at their side, and then maybe it took time for you, the commission, to hear about this. So that is why there are so many grievances. People are not happy outside. So I don't blame you, the commission, because I see you are so busy all the time. But what is going there at the government sectors? Ooh, and you cannot even talk because they are on top of you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Ms. Mukholane, I am Miriam Kibi, a member of the panel and also of the committee. My question is, what kind of intervention would you propose if appointed as a commissioner in strengthening deficiencies in the recruitment and selection process, particularly with regard to misinterpretation of HR prescripts and unethical panel members?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On this one, my view is to come in contact with the Department of DPSA, Department of Public Service, and the National School of Governing. And maybe we meet monthly to revise our job content as a commissioner, so that we must know, they must know which direction they can work on concerning recruitment and selection. Because I know some other documents, they are not sure what to do on the recruitment and selection. They just do it. I once attend the interview with some, they just take someone from let's say from supply chain and just throw him in the recruitment. It was HRM interviews. And that person doesn't know that knowledge of how to tackle the question, or they just drop him inside the interviews. So I think if there can be at least once or when they have advertised the post, I think the commission must just have that what is going in there, and after the results, also the commission must have that report of what was going on at that process. I think that one, it can maybe work.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good day, Me Lina Moholane. My name is Voisile Malomane. I'm part of the subcommittee and the panel member today. My question, it will be based on your presentation as you presented under the strategic proposal and effectiveness. You spoke about the issue need to review the Public Service Act 1994 and Public Service Regulation of 2016. I just want you to elaborate more on why there is a need to review this to the Act and the regulation. And what have you observed on that part? And please relate your answers with the proposal encapsulated in the National Development Plan. Did you get my question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Concerning the Public Service Act 103 of 94, this act, it helps us to appoint people, especially the entry level. And I have observed that on other organizations, the appointment entry levels in some other government sectors, they start with level 3, whereas in some other government sectors, they start with level 4. And then it will help also to appoint and promote and transfer members from where they want to be transferred or to be promoted. And because of the transformation in the government sectors, I think this act must be amended. As National Development Plan also, we are looking to 2030 to give each and everyone who is entitled to educate. Each and everyone can, even the disabilities, all the women can also be educated. It doesn't discriminate anyone.
Hello, Mema.
Yes, Chair.
Can you briefly tell us what is your understanding of the functions of the Public Service Commission and values and principles governing public administration? Did you?
Function of the public.
Yeah, the functions of the Public Service Commission as enshrined in Section 195 of the Constitution, and then the values and principles governing public administration.
Thank you, Chair. The function of the Public Service Commission is to monitor, to evaluate the processes that are done by the departmental organization and to advise all the procedures, all the procedures in the organization, in the department. Those are and to give guidance on what procedures must they follow when doing the recruitment and selection, as they are the head of public administration.
Is that okay? Fine. Thank you, Ma. You seem, I said relax.
Okay.
Yeah. You seem so threatened, and I think I created an atmosphere in which you should be relaxed.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much, Mem Kholani. My name is Rosina Komani, the member of this portfolio committee and the member of this panel. Just one question to you. If you be given the opportunity to become the commissioner in the public service, what is it that you're going to do to improve the commission? Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I have been given the opportunity to be one of your commissioners, my duties will be firstly to visit all the departmental sectors and see how are they working concerning the recruitment and selection, and then engage with the department, DPSA, Department of Public Service Administration, so that we can find the uniform that can be used in all the department sectors, so that there will be no more grievances and the unfair labor practices. And then secondly, we will have to get the better way to improve the process of recruitment and selection. And then there will be meeting quarterly, or when they have a advertised post, we must follow that procedure. We must follow up to the end what is going on in the other government sectors. As we have the nepotism and the corruptions. So I think if we follow the procedure, they can see we are inside there. I think we will eliminate what is going on in the government sectors. Thank you.
Covered, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Mkholane, do you have any comment you want to make to the panel?
What I would like to say to the panel, I see this organization is forward. When I'm saying that, I'm talking about the one of the good job that has been done by this organization. I'm talking about that. I have mentioned here the vetting and the verification of qualifications. I'm going to explain this. I went to Pretoria West police station for fingerprints. And then I was not so clear to take all my forms to here or there. Even today, I didn't receive any feedback from the police. But when I was contacting with the guy from this office, he said, bring those forms to me. We have the state of security here. So what I'm like to say is that you are forward with your work. I really, really appreciate. You have vetting, you have everything. So if I was maybe the other government sector, even today, I will be still waiting for my fingerprints. And you are not waiting here, you are going forward. So that is why I said, I'm so pleased about this government. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Ma'am Mkholane. It is pleasing to get a positive feedback from the people we are serving, because we are at your service as the citizens of this country. I'm very happy, Mastole, that we are getting this positive feedback from one of the candidates here. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah, you are doing a very good job, really.
Thank you. Yeah.
And the other thing, I am so happy because I did get a chance to be one of the interviewees. I am so happy because it's my first time getting in the parliament. It's my first time. I'm so happy. Really, I just want to say that. Thank you very much.
I like that because this parliament is your parliament. It is not our parliament as public representative. So the fact that we managed to bring you here, we are doing our civic duty to the citizens of this country. Thank you to get this positive feedback. Sometimes we don't get it, and we are happy that you are also very happy about what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Are we done? Okay.
We are done now. You can leave.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm also the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. You are free to take off your mask. Thank you. Welcome to this interview. Please relax. Don't be tense because you see people you don't know. You are seeing them for the first time and you see them in an interview where you are the interviewee. Please relax. Can you briefly introduce yourself to the panel? And you must switch on the mic as you speak and speak on the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Honourable Chair. Thank you, honourable members, for affording me the opportunity to be here today and also for having shortlisted me. I really do appreciate it, the opportunity. And as far as introduction is concerned, very briefly, I am a professor at the University of Northwest. Previously, I was at University of Pretoria, part-time professor, extraordinary. And I've been working very closely in government and with government for the past, well, at least post 1994. And even whilst I was at the various universities where I worked, I did a lot of work for government departments. All of that is in my CV. And I might perhaps say, as specifically as regards the PSC, I've been involved also in one of their processes, the work that they did on land reform. I participated in the workshops and the seminars and made a presentation there, and also their final report. I also made inputs in the review of the report. And then I also did quite a significant amount of work for the PRRC, Presidential Remuneration Review Commission, and where I reported to the chair of, the then chair of the Public Service Commission, who was also a member of that commission, and I did all the work on the team and I did all the work on the legal aspects relating to remuneration and appointment of public service at national and at provincial level, and then perhaps lastly at local government, involved also as at national provincial level for drafting policies, legislation, implementation strategies, annual performance plans, ARs, monitoring and evaluation reports, as well as strat plans. And then for local government specifically, I did accountability and consequence management for whole of local government, going through all the national legislation dealing with local government, that whole suite of local government, and then also for the relating to the Public Audit Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And now, Professor Oliver, you are given an opportunity to make a presentation on the theme that you have been given. We are going to restrict your presentation to 10 minutes. I have heard other candidates saying that they were given, they were told about 15 minutes. That is not the case. It's 10 minutes. Try to include everything you want to include in your presentation within that 10 minutes. And you are going to be timed as you make your presentation. Thank you. The floor is now yours.
Sorry, but this is just opening it, sir. Apologies, Mr. Chair. I assume the 10 minutes hasn't yet begun, Mr. Chair. I'm just waiting for him to open the file.
Take it down.
Okay. But you will take it down. Okay. Sorry. I don't see it here.
Because it's a PDF file. Doesn't want to can't open it. Because it's a PDF file.
You can't open PDF, yeah. password, I could use it. Okay, can you just protect and I'll tell you where to go. Sorry, I've got a challenge, technical challenge to open the file here, but it's fine if, through you, Mr. Chair, if it would be possible to open it on the screen, and then if he could just advance as I will tell him to advance.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Can you advance from page to page? Okay, let's see. It isn't working.
So, that is not going to show here, because it's in a PDF folder. So
Do you have my memory card? That's not in the memory stick.
Professor Olve, if this technology is letting us down, we are now given this presentation. You can talk to it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will do so gladly, Mr. Chair. My apologies, but
Yeah, no,
I
it's
said
not your
things in
fault.
Time, so, but you know, technical issues happen, Mr. Chair.
It's a technical glitch. It's not your fault. The floor is yours now. You can take off the mask so that we can hear you properly.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the 10 minutes will start now. Okay, thank you so much, and once again for this unfortunate event. And thank you for allowing me to continue with the presentation. Now, basically, I assume that there are a few enhancements on this presentation on page 1 of the presentation, but due to the consideration of time, I will answer any questions on the first 3 slides at any point in time. I won't deal with that. So the one deals with the introduction. What is this about? What is the broader framework, national, and then also what is the current constitution and legal framework, where I also added all the expected amendments that might become before Parliament in this regard, and I think those are very, very important also for the solutions, which I will deal in. Then on slide 2, you find the policy and strategic framework, where I try to identify the most important policies and strategies dealing with this specific topic, but basically also with the public service in general and possible changes to the public service. I must perhaps just say that on the first page, sorry, just to go back, is the issue, what it's about is how do we bring about, as South Africans and as government, and if I may say so, as Parliament, bring about a capable, professional, ethical and developmental state. What is the definition of that? And the detail is found in the MTSF, as well as a number of departmental reports of the Office of the Public Protector. And I refer to this as CPEDS, CPETS. So that is really what we're all aiming for to get. And then I deal with, on slide 3, with the current institutional framework, where there's also important role for Parliament to play, but very importantly, and I don't have time now to go into the detail, all the corruption issues, because one of the issues of ethics is anti-corruption. So I've also identified all the corruption fighters that there are in addition to these various committees. And then the recent announcement, President Ramaphosa, the Honourable His Excellency, SONA 21, 22, and these 2 latest newsletters, weekly newsletters, and then of course the State Capture Commission, where all the final reports are not yet out. Then I identified weaknesses and loopholes and proposed solutions. There are a number of general issues. So what I've done in the presentation, the first sentence or half sentence would then say what is the problem or the challenge, and then the shaded part would say how do we address this. I'm just going to pick up a few because we don't have enough time to go through all of them, but I'll answer any question on these. The persistent challenge in the public service, the skills gap needs to be addressed, weak accountability and governance, persistent corruption and leadership deficit. These must be addressed, and there are ways and means how these can be addressed. Poor data on skills. We need to have a comprehensive survey of skills. Set of departmental organograms need to be amended, and so on. Entrance requirements, that is a key issue. I mean, it has been recommended a number of times in documents coming from the NDP, but also thereafter that we need a kind of an entry-level exam or test dealing amongst others with ethics, but also what are the actual qualifications, etc. And that brings me immediately to the next main issue, is the recruitment and selection issues, where a major problem is that It's been decentralized into the government department. So there's a disparity in advertisements, recruitment, screening, shortlisting, selection, and appointment criteria and processes, as well as the composition and the qualifications of the various committees involved in this recruitment, the shortlisting process, etc. So we need uniform standards for all of these. And the detail you find that on this particular page. And very important within this is also that there must be a uniform documentation so that we've got proper record keeping. So the system should be the same and the structures across the public service. Then accountability and consequence management is lacking. There needs to be a much more comprehensive checking, so to speak, than when a person is recruited or when a person advertises or there's an advertisement and a person applies for a job. Qualifications, criminal record, pending criminal cases, corruption, good governance record. Very important whether the person has been the subject of a completed disciplinary proceedings or even a pending disciplinary proceedings at his previous employer. There's an aspect from some of the draft legislation provides for this specific issue, but there's no reason why this cannot be implemented even if the act is not yet changed, the various acts. And then, of course, very important, the integrity test. And part of, if there were to be an entrance exam, so to speak, for all entrants into the public service, not on a lower level, to have this integrity test. And especially then for the next level, the SMS level, the 4 levels in the SMS tier, so to speak, to have an integrity test, including the issue about ethics, but also other related issues. Then different departmental recruitment selection policies, they're not aligned to one another. And then, unfortunately, from this perspective of that we need a proper uniform standard, is that the PSC toolkit on recruitment and selection is not fully applied. And this needs to be updated also with reference to the professionalization framework that has been approved by Cabinet and is in the process of being implemented, but it needs to be made after modification and customization. It needs to be made applicable across the public service. I might perhaps just also say that there is a major move, and I discussed it during the first 3 slides, from moving from a public service to enhance the concept to public administration, which will include local government as well as all public entities, national level, provincial level, as well as the municipal entities. And actually it was sort of forecasted in a certain sense already in the NDP. And you also find it specifically a long description thereof, a comprehensive description in the APP of the Office of the Public Service Commission, as well as in the last AR. Then the issue about the professionalization of the public service. The framework is not yet fully implemented. It's true that it was only approved in 2020 by Cabinet, but there needs to be a central drive to have this properly implemented. And the ethical conduct is currently not, in most departments, not probed during the recruitment, and that should be probed. Then the focused recruitment program is lacking. That was something that was also mentioned for a couple of years ago in some of the PSC documentation. And there must be a career path must be set out when people are appointed. How do you propose? The SMS handbook, which is a very useful document, hasn't been updated to reflect some of the latest documents, like, for example, the professionalization framework, and this needs to be done. And I would also like to suggest that the solution, when you deal with the levels below SMS, also to have a kind of such a handbook for the appointment, the recruitment, shortlisting, advertising, appointment, and also the other career incidents. The competency framework is also outdated. It has not as yet been updated. And it is also not always applied in an even level, so to speak, by all government departments at national and provincial level. A key issue is the open versus closed recruitment policy. And it would appear that in the latest documentation of the Public Service Commission that they opt for a kind of an open system, but when you are at the SMS level, that it should be more or less a closed system, subject to certain exceptions, and that then what needs to happen in the case of the DG, HUD, and possibly, in my view, also the Deputy DG, and the deputy HOD, that one should work with the hybrid system, but that depends on the implementation of something that was forecasted already in the National Development Plan, and that is the appointment of the head of the public service. And there are moves afoot to do this either by means of legislation or to appoint the DG, the Office of the President, as the super DG, and that this super DG, if I may use that term, can then work together with the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. The issue about political and patronage considerations, rather on merit and capability, of course, skills and capacity, and the undue political interference. There is already legislation, which hasn't been enacted, to ensure that we make a strong distinction between what is the political role of the executive and the administrative role. And in that context, all the HR appointment, blah, 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 matters that currently vest in a certain sense in the minister must be transferred by legislation to the HOD, except, of course, a new HOD and possibly a DDG or then managers not enough space. Institutional issues, the Office of the Public Service Commission is currently a national government department. The effect is that the DG of that office, current DG, sits on FOSAC. In other words, it's equal to the other DGs. So it must be taken outside of the Public Service Act, and it should become a statutory entity outside of the public service. And second, institutional issues, the PSC, unfortunately, in my view, is not listed as a constitutional institution, which should have been the case. So the PFMA Schedule 1 needs to be amended so they've been included in the Act. And then the issue about the limited roles, powers, and functions, and the uncertainty about the Mr. Chair, about the enforceability and the validity of the findings, the recommendations, the advice, etc. That needs to be clarified, as well as the expansion of the powers. And then on the very last phase, very briefly, so we also need then to amend all the current legal, policy, legal and strategic frameworks to reflect this new approach. And then finally...
I'm sorry, Prof, your 10 minutes is up now. I'm sorry, everybody was given 10 minutes, so I'm sorry for that. Your 10 minutes is up. Now what is going to happen, honorable members are going to ask you questions, and they are going to introduce themselves as they make their questions.
No, thank you. Thank you, Chair. No, thank you very much, Chair. And good afternoon, Professor Olivier. My name is Teddy Swamkweba, the member of this subcommittee. And thank you very much for your presentation. And my question to you, Professor, if you can be appointed as a commissioner, how will you strengthen the office of the Public Service Commission to be effective in rendering its constitutional mandate and be a source of reliable and trusted institution by the members of the public or the people of South Africa? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'll try to respond also within the time limitation. And that is, I think the important thing is, firstly, to build on my presentation, is to ensure that the office of which is currently a department, that is no longer a department. And there are a number of examples. For example, SARS is an example, dealt with in a certain manner. The public audit, the Auditor General is another example, which is perhaps more relevant for purposes of this. So it must be taken out so that the Director General or the Secretary General, the head of that office, will be in a position to evaluate other government departments at national, provincial level, and possibly also, if we go the way of PAMA amendment, also for local government and other entities. So that would be the first thing. Secondly, the actual focus should be expanded on what they are supposed to do, what they must do. And there should be a stronger linkage, in my view, in the annual performance plans to be aligned to the actual priorities of government, the strat plan, to be stronger aligned to the MTSF, and the annual performance is stronger aligned to the various SONAs. But then also taking into account what are the major issues. So there's a much stronger responsiveness. For example, the issue about corruption comes in on the program 4, the current program 4, and that should be strengthened. In actual fact, I think the programs which are, in a certain sense, a bit perhaps too much currently, from the current perspective, inward looking, should to the office, to the admin itself, should also be reaching out, also to say, okay, this is what we're going to do with other government departments. These are the actual, I know it's happening currently, but I think it should be strengthened, taking into account the enhanced role that is foreseen for the office for the Public Service Commission already from the time onwards, from and then from the National Development Plan. And what I would also like to suggest is that the additional resources needs to be given. If you expand the functions, the powers, and you deal with the enforceability, that's a key issue that needs to take place. So the legislation needs to be amended. You have to also provide more resources, human resources, financial resources, IT resources, and technical resources. And you have to ensure that these are binding. Now, there's a perfect example, in my view, in the Public Audit Act, which was, I believe, in 2018, 2019 was amended, and the amendment has just recently gone in, which gives vast, extensive powers to the Auditor General. And I think using that as an example, and nobody is questioning the constitutionality of that. So there would be no, in my view, no constitutional prohibition to have a similar expansion in the case of this. And I mean, they have teeth now. And my view is that the Public Service Commission, due to the lack of clarity, to put it mildly, on the binding nature and enforceability, if we change that in the legislation and give the extra teeth, we can go a long way. And the AXA, we can use the AXA example with the necessary modifications to, in actual fact, to spread the word. This is what we're going to do. So there are very few government departments and public entities and municipalities that do not know what does consequence management mean. And that would be one of the key issues that would be part of this issue about the consequence management. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not rude to you, but I'm mindful of the time. We want to finish all the interviews today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Professor Olivier. My question is, what role can the PSC play in the entire value chain of recruitment, shortlisting, selection and appointment of senior and executive management in the public service with the aim of building capable and developmental state? Should the Public Service Act be amended to be in line with National Development Plan?
Well, Madam Chair, thank you for also giving me, in a certain sense, guidance on part of the answer. But it is in actual fact in the presentation that the Public Service Act, the proposed amendments in the draft bill, which was published for public comment, it's not yet been, as far as I know, tabled in Parliament. But it goes a long way to deal with this particular issue. It must be amended, but it should be, and I also say this in the presentation on the last page, that this should be, the actual amendments should be enhanced. They're not sufficient for this, what you're proposing, which I fully agree. Now, currently, what needs to be happening is also that there must be a kind of a role clarification. If the PSC who drafted the toolkit, which I'm perfectly fine, I think there was a legal basis for that, and also norms and standards set out, minimum norms set by the minister, the National Minister for Public Service and Administration. And if you look at the Palmer Amendment, draft Palmer Amendment Bill, which says this national minister may provide binding guidance, for want of a better word, as regards recruitment, conditions of service, career incidents, etc., etc. Now the question is if the minister will be allowed to do this for public entities, for municipalities, and public service, national and provincial, what should be the role of the Public Service Commission? So the Public Service Commission in the past was seen as more to evaluate, to monitor, to investigate, to say is there compliance with these rules and norms and so on. So we need to have a rule clarification, and it might be useful when we expand the role of the Public Service Commission also to take into consideration some of the considerations mentioned in the NDP when they did comparative, in the diagnostic review, when they did comparative work, where they said, well, it's perhaps time now, if we actually are going on this massive, which I fully approve, support of the public service to become a public administration, that they should also be involved in the recruitment. Not only setting what are the minimum norms, but actual fact, working with DPSA somehow, you can structure legislation so that we have a binding framework that will be across all of government, will be so, and then they will have the monitoring function, whether it's implemented, whether deviations, and then very important, the consequence management, internally in departments, but also at various other levels, higher levels in the department and lower levels in the department. I can go on, but is that sufficient? Okay.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, I did not introduce myself. I am Miriam Kibi, a member of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good day, Professor Oliver. My name is Voisile. My surname is Malomane. I'm part of the subcommittee of today. My question will be based on the presentation. Should all departments in the public service be requested to submit quarterly reports on the recruitment and selection process? How will this improve recruitment and selection process in the public service? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and also good morning, good afternoon. I think this is extremely important. Currently, the national minister, DPSA minister, and the DPSA DG can request or can require HODs and DGs to submit quarterly reports on reports quarterly and otherwise on issues relating to staff recruitment, etc., etc. Now, one of the proposals that I make, and it is, I think, on the last page in the presentation that you have in front of you, is to also to amend the Public Service Act to say, or the Public Service Commission, the new Public Service Commission bill, which will hopefully become an act sooner than later, to ensure that this must also be submitted simultaneously to the newly constituted, if I may use that word, autonomous office, the office of the Public Service Commission, as well as to the Commission itself. So they would do number one. Number two, to come back to the last part of your question, if the Public Service Commission is involved, like they did in the toolkit, but become more involved working with DPSA on the development and ensure the implementation and do the monitoring of and evaluation, and then also be able to take corrective steps from outside, like the AG is doing, that would really assist in that they play a strong, very strong role in enforcing a high standard, but a consistent and a uniform standard across the public service, and if amendment bill is going to be enacted across the public administration, because it will no longer be the public service. But currently, even in terms of the current legislation, there is a strong enough role, as long as we then, strong enough in a limited context, if I may say so, if we ensure that their findings and recommendations are enforceable and that there are consequence management if they are not followed or implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. It's my turn now to ask you a question. Can you briefly tell us what is your understanding of the functions of the Public Service Commission and the values and principles of the public administration? Basing your answers, of course, from what the section 195 of the Constitution says the mandate of the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also to focus specifically on the question, I think what is important that, in my view, the values that the Public Service Commission must apply throughout, and which they must also monitor whether these are adhered to currently by national government departments and provincial government departments. But those values, the first set of values, are the foundational values found in section 1 of the Constitution: accountability, responsiveness, and openness. And with accountability, in my view, goes consequence management. The second very important issue is the constitutional provisions in Section 1I5, basic values and principles, which binds all of public administration, including municipalities and all public entities and all other organs of state, not only government departments at national, provincial level. Now, I'll come back to the detail of the ethics if there's a further question about that, but professional ethics. We don't have a code of ethics currently, a binding code of ethics that is for the public service as a whole. The effective use of resources. Now, they have to oversee this, but they don't have the power to effect when there is inefficient or ineffective use of resources. They don't have the same powers as what the AG now has in terms of the amendment, the so-called material irregularities. We should also ensure that when we amend the National PSC Act, that we also cover those kinds of issues, and it must be development orientated. I do believe that many, even senior officials in government, doesn't have a proper understanding of what development means and development orientation means. And I think that the National School of Governments, which is one of the entities that I mentioned earlier in the presentation, is a key to ensure that we have even in-service training, and I don't mean training in a negative sense, but really to say what is your job really about. And unfortunately, we do not have, and this will change now, of course, with the National School of Governance induction programs and also in-training programs as things develop. The issue about must be provided impartially, fairly, equitably, and without bias. Now, there are various examples where this is currently not happening. Just an issue, for example, is the provision of food to children who are food insecure. And that is not done equally across. So, in my view, the public service should pick up these things with unequal distribution of resources and provision of services and say these issues must change, but then also make binding decisions, and that those decisions must then be implemented by the government department concerned. And if they don't do it, then the necessary steps should be taken against that department by the PSC. Then it must be impartially, fairly, equitably, and without bias. I've referred to. Then the issue of responsiveness is included here, which is already also in other words, in other words, what must happen is that the Mr. Chair, is that the Public Service Commission must ensure that when there is a need, whether it's a community need or a group within a community or a district need, etc., that these needs are responded to. In other words, the responsiveness culture must be instilled in public service. So really then we won't then have these kind of street protests, etc., if we have a responsive government. And what is important, this is applicable to all of public administration, not only to to national and provincial departments. Then it must be accountable. I've already referred on what I would like to add in the amendments is also the issue about the consequence management and the actual remedial steps as part of consequence management. Transparency, that's the openness that clause 1 talks, and that must be ensured that this happens. This includes also ensuring that the public can participate in policy making. Policy making in the broader sense of the word, not only a policy but also strategy, as well as, for example, the IDPs, which the municipality is supposed to do, etc. So this is binding on all of public sector. And then good human resource management. I think many of the questions and also part of the presentation dealt with how we should amend the human resource management issue to ensure that we have a proper structured manner of advertisement, recruiting, shortlisting, interviewing, the selection and the appointment, and then finally it must be broadly representative, and I think that issue has been made. But coming back to the functions, they have the power to...
Thank you, Prof.
May I just say that the last part of the response is in the presentation, what the public service can do.
Okay. No, we do have your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I am Honorable Sibisi, a member of the Portfolio Committee and also the panel. I've been following your presentation. You have identified some weaknesses and loopholes, and you have also come up with the proposed solutions. Prof, if I may ask, the Department of Public Service is one of the critical departments in our country. The failure of the department and the non-performance of the department will also lead to the failure of the country. You spoke most about the selection and recruitment processes, which are not correctly implemented. You spoke about the SMS handbook also, which is not followed and implemented. Let's say you are given a chance as a public service commission. In all these weaknesses you have detailed here, where and how can you start to make some corrections? And lastly, how can you make it sure that the SMS handbook is being followed and implemented? Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Member. Mr. Chair, I think that I would like to respond briefly to this question by saying the first thing that I would do is to say, okay, to define what is the problem, or should I rather say what is the challenge, and what do we want to attain? We know what we want to do, the CPES, the capable, professional, ethical development state. But that has a lot of implications, so we have to unpack that. So I should start with having a strategic session with a small number of key role players. Okay, this is the instruction coming from the President of our country, so that there's no issue of turf war between, let's say, political executives and administrative executives, etc., etc. So how do we plan to bring about this? In other words, what is our goal? What is our timeline? You know, and then to identify what are all the current constitutional policy, APPs, strat plans, strategies, and how many resources are being given. And that's very important, but many people tend to forget that, by National Treasury in terms of the MTEF. And then to say, okay, now we have the problem statement, we have what is the status quo, what are the resources that we have, what are the binding documentation that we have, and then to say, okay, what are the challenges? Now, how do we change these levers? If we say the legislation is a lever, the resource allocation is a lever, the systems is a lever. For example, the M&E systems. Many government departments, I would think, are not yet fully applying the new M&E framework, which is supposed to be binding of national and provincial government, and it was issued by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation last year and the year before, both the policy and the plan. So, and then to say you've got 3 months to develop the new framework. And then after you've developed the new framework, this is the architecture. And you get the political approval at the highest level for that political architecture, let's say at the political level for that architecture, a detailed document on the architecture. And then you say, okay, what are now our first steps? And then to draft, as soon as you get the political, and I'm not saying buy-in, of course you have to, whilst you do this work, you have to interact with the political heads, also to ensure that they don't shoot it down, that they say this is acceptable, we can moving forward. But then the Office of the President in this regard, and the NDP is extremely important believers. So then to have a detailed action plan. What legislation must be amended? Who should amend it? What should be the focus of each amendment, so that you can say, okay, within 6 months, we will have amendments to all the legislation, perhaps a general laws amendment, or a new Public Service Act, which in my view would be better, and especially a new Public Service Commission Act. And to have all of that then to say it must go to Parliament within 6 months after the 30 days prior requirement public notice, we get their inputs, it goes to Parliament so they can go through Parliament. Then you have to draft the regulations whilst you're before Parliament, amend all the regulations, draft new regulations, and then to ensure that you scare, I nearly said, I use another word, that you really ensure that your levers, your new legislation, your new policies, etc., makes it absolutely binding on that government departments, and if we go the way of Palmer Amendment Bill, also local government and all the other public entities, that they apply this, and that if it isn't applied, then there must be accountability. And if there's accountability, there must be consequence management. And then, of course, transfer the power, I mentioned that earlier, to appoint staff to the HUD or DG, a partner possibly from the Deputy DDG post, and to ensure that at the end, anything that goes amiss, and that is why the question of the other honourable members, so in my view, so linked to this, is how do you ensure that reports are submitted? And these reports must be credible, must be complete, and if there are deviations, it must also indicate what corrective steps and what have been made.
You have sufficiently answered the question, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Professor. Having listened very carefully to your presentation and having observed how careful you have used certain words in your presentation, particularly when one looks at page 4, where you recorded that accountability and consequent management is still lacking in our government. And when we also go to slide number 5, where you are very, very careful in using your deliberation. The last sentence there that is highlighted, that is bolded, would equally say political and patronage considerations in recruitment, shortlisting, selection, and appointment, especially of senior executive staffs. That is very, very key in terms of when one unpacks whatever that you have said with caution, by the way. Prof, in this administration of the day, we still have maladministration and corruption that are as well perceived as normal. It's a normal day-to-day thing which we are dealing with, and we are treating it as a new normal. But then can you maybe explain and assist this panel in terms of what causes this corruption and how the PSC should play a meaningful role in preventing and reducing and keeping this corruption public practices within the public service? And like maybe in your response, Prof, if you can maybe indicate the weaknesses in the current 6 systems, and maybe if you can maybe propose to us in your own words the solutions that can assist us. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think this is, one of the key issues. When you read anything about ethics in any of this government documentation that I've referred to earlier in the slide, most of them also referred, whether they do with ethics, also the anti-corruption. We have got anti-corruption policy in South Africa. It's not applied, fully applied. Let me rather put it this way. I have to qualify myself. It is applied in some departments, not in all departments, not in an equal measure. We have a number of anti-corruption or corruption-fighting bodies. I'm not going into the detail, but that's on slide 3, the top of slide 3, about 5 or 6 or 7 institutions, in addition to the Public Service Commission and DPSA and DPME, and of course Parliament, this portfolio committee, which is a key player in this regard. But what happens, there's no consequence management in this. Now, I've been doing a lot of work around in government, and I've been very honored to do this, to be a servant of my country, in all of our country, I would like to say that. What is important is that the sense of what is corruption, what conduct constitutes corruption, that is not fully understood. And that is why this induction program, your entry program, compulsory entry program, your induction programs, as well as your special program in ethics and corruption, I would add corruption to that, should be added. Now, what the PSC can do is to enhance its current programs to make it a major focus. And my personal wish would be when the PSC members are appointed and they are hopefully involved, working with the Office of the Public Service Commission to draft the APP, that there should be specific program dealing with corruption, not only within the Office of the of the PSC, but also, very important, in all of government. And in this regard, I could perhaps mention, and I think there was also a question about the political appointment. May I come back to that just now? I'd just like to mention, Mr. Chair, that many public servants don't sort of seem to have been briefed, I put it this way, by their peers or by the PSA or whoever, or the police or Department of International Relations about the UN Convention on Anti-Corruption, which we were one of the first signatories of that. And that is a binding convention. And in actual fact, in terms of the briefing document that has been developed by the United Nations on what countries should do to introduce new systems in each government sphere of government and in each government department, there are 10 of those: codes of conduct, systems of rewards and incentives, accessibility, human resource management, citizen and stakeholder participation, open government and e-government, managing conflict of interest. That means your financial disclosures and your asset disclosures. We've all picked up how many government departments at senior level where people have not submitted their disclosure documentation. And there's a specific government entity, we put it this way, it's a government department, where all the senior staff said they're not going to do this, and there are no consequences. And I think that would be important. And then the issue about compliance-friendly environment, monitoring and oversight, that is so clear. And then accountability and consequence-based scrutiny, the so-called 4 eyes principle. For every decision that's made, it must be reviewed 2 levels higher also by 4 separate eyes. You can still have corruption, but you'll limit. So there are a number of implementable issues, and you don't need to change any legislation for this. There's sufficient space within the Public Service Act to make regulations that will be binding. And this should be part of the overview, because this is part of administrative processes. And the PSC is responsible also for oversight and making findings on compliance, if I may use that word, with administrative systems, etc. Not only recruitment, of course, but recruitment. So I think there is definitely room to do something immediately. In actual fact, you can draft that regulation within a week. There's no need to take 3 months or 6 years to do that, in my personal view. And then finally, about the issue, and I'll be very brief on that, Mr. Chair, that you said about the political and patronage considerations. I believe the time has come that whatever might have happened in the past, that as we move forward, that the issue, and that is also what the National Development Plan said already in 2013, that we should move to merit. It does not mean to say that capability doesn't play a role. I'm not saying that at all. But if a person is capable and he has the prescribed skill set, etc., that person must be taken into account. And what is vitally important, that that it should be a career-driven path up to possibly definitely chief director, possibly also DDG. But as far as your DGs and your HODs, that the appointment should be done. It should be taken out from the political perspective, but the appointment should be done by the refocused powers of the chairperson of the Public Service Commission and this new head of the public service, hopefully a public administration in the office of the president, that they do this. And then perhaps just linked to that, this political administrative interface, because I think that is also linked to your question, honourable member. The way to deal with it is to say that appointment and instructions must be given from the HOD lower, should be the legislation. Public Service Act must be amended so that this vests in the hands of the HOD. And of course, he or she is accountable to the executive authority, but also accountable to the Public Service Commission with his quarterly. It can be even more frequency. So what we need then is to have a proper pro forma, which all HODs must then submit. Now, I would personally think, at least for starters, once a month. And it must be prescribed. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and good afternoon, Professor Olivier. My name is Leon Schreiber, also a member of this committee. You very deftly headed off my question on political interference and cadre deployment there, so I won't rehash that one. But what I would like to ask you is maybe something a bit broader. It seems you've outlined quite a comprehensive vision of where you want to go. My question is, how do you actually win support and almost a kind of lobbying work, if I can put it like that, inside the Public Service Commission? Let me rephrase perhaps. We had some candidates mentioning, that the Public Service Commission has in many ways become a bit passive, or, people don't know about it and its functions. So how does the PSC actually take up a vision, which is outlined in many of these amendments and things that you talk about, and sort of say this is where it wants to go, and how do you turn it into a reality in a context where perhaps the PSC is not always seen as a very sort of activist and strong institution?
Well, in my view, the PSC, the Constitution is clear. The PSC has this, not only this visionary role, which it definitely has, but also an active role, an activist role. And I think that perhaps, for whatever reason in the past, this has not been sort of fully exhausted. And I think with the enhancement of the legislation, that is absolutely key. But that's the second phase. The first phase, Mr. Chair, is sit down and see what can we do now. If the PSC is going to draft the new APP, how are we going to change things, because the needs have changed. I mean, we've got massive corruption. We've got a massive wage bill, and I mentioned that in a massive public service. And we have got the political decision has been taken that to have a public administration, including also local government and all public entities in the three spheres of government. So now we have the opportunity, even with the limitations of the current legislation, to play a much more activist role in this. Now, how do you do this? Is that the commissioners, say existing commissioners and the to-be-appointed commissioners, should in actual fact get the briefing, if I may suggest, also from this committee. Because, I mean, you, Mr. Chair, with all respect, I mean, your committee has a very important oversight function, but also giving guidance on whether the Public Service Commission, whether it really complies and it embodies central documentation, the vision of this country, the NDP. And we can say there's not yet full compliance. And it's 2013, 2021, it's 8 years down the line. So there are a lot of things that we can immediately do. So I think a strategic workshop as soon as the vacancies is very important, but then some entity, and I would like to suggest that this is something that, with all respect, Mr. Chair, your committee might consider, if I may be so, should really play a role. What do you expect of the Public Service Commission? Because you are the representatives of the people of South Africa. I mean, you are my representatives as a taxpayer, but not only as a taxpayer, as a citizen of this country. So all of you, if I may say so, Mr. Chair, and I think there is the solution to have a proper study, but then keep place. And I would even like to suggest is that the opening should be done of that, and a report on the proceedings, and should go to the President. Because once we take the office of the Public Service Commission out of the public service, even if we're going to do it 3 months or 6 months later, and that decision has already been taken at the political level, a high political level, and we say we are a constitutional institution, and the Public Service Commission is accountable to Parliament, i.e. this committee. This committee must play a key role, and the person must provide the political kind of context, in my view, should be the President, and not a minister or a DJ from DPSA or so. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that this responded to your question, Honourable Member. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Is there any comment you want to make to the panel?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think that I'm very enthusiastic. I think that we can all make a change. We can make a fundamental change. I think the time has come, also as indicated in that 25-year review, towards 25-year review, which was published by DPM, but actually it was a presidency document, makes it clear that we have to rethink some of the solutions that we came up in 94 and 96, which perhaps worked well for that time. But with the wisdom of not only hindsight but experience, we see that the needs have changed, and that some of the architecture of our state must change to give full content to the Constitution, to the basic values for proper public administration, because many of the public entities in public administration, local government, national, provincial, they don't fully comply with and they don't succeed in living in the experience of ordinary South Africans true to the value system that is in Section 1 of the Constitution, as well as in Chapter 10 of the Constitution. So just perhaps finally, I think what would also be very useful, if I may, taking into account the change to also good governance and good corporate governance. The King IV Commission made a major jump when it moved to the perspective to say that we should have sector supplements. There isn't currently a sector supplement for government departments. There's one for municipalities, and there's one for public entities, but not for the government service. But that doesn't mean that we can, when the new documentation is drafted, new frameworks, that we can't introduce the King 4 outcomes. And they're not inimical or any way against, in fact, enrich the outcomes that we want to see for the public administration. And that would be ethical culture, good performance, effective control, and legitimacy. Good governance is about quality governance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. Of course, at the end of this interview process, you will be informed of the results. We are hoping to finish the interviews today, and we don't want to keep the candidates for long without knowing the results. You will get the results, of course, in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, honourable members, for affording the opportunity to be here. It's really a very, very great honour to have been here today. And thank you for your questions and the insights that you have provided me with. And may all be well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I free to go, Mr. Chair?
Yes, yes, you are free to go. I don't want Good afternoon, Professor Makanya. Welcome to this interview. I am Jojo James. I'm chairing this panel. I'm also the chairperson of the Public Service Portfolio Committee. We are going to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. Thereafter, you will make the presentation on the theme or topic that you were given to present on. After that, members will ask questions. And I think I must say this up front, your presentation will be limited to 10 minutes. And we are very strict on time now because we want to finish these interviews today. And nobody must go back home without being interviewed. Without any further waste of time, can you introduce yourself to the panel?
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members of the committee. Chairperson, may I request to take off?
Yes, you are allowed.
No, thank you very much, so that I don't run into trouble and do what is not expected.
Yeah, because we want to hear you properly when you're speaking.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members of the committee, I'm Professor Mandla Makanya. I'm pleased and honored to have the opportunity of this conversation with yourselves today based on the topic that we've been requested to prepare for the interaction that is supposed to be taking place right now. But thank you so much.
Can you make
a brief introduction
of yourself?
Yes. Okay, thank you so much, Chairperson. Honorable members, as I've indicated, I was born in Durban, studied there, and then went to the University of Fort Hare. Completed my studies there, got employed in industry. I did not stay that long in industry and was recruited to start teaching. So it was between my own university, that is Fort Hare, and UNISA as it was at that stage. So of course, I ended up at UNISA with an understanding that I'll be there for a short while and then join my university. Before I knew it, you know, I had already spent so many decades there. So that's basically what has happened. I live in Pretoria. I lived in Mamelodi since I started working there. But post-independence, I think almost 10 years post-independence, then I moved to where I currently live, which is Garsfontein, still in the city of Tshwane. So that's where I'm coming from, Chairperson and honorable members of the committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. You can switch off your mic on that side. Now we are going to give you the opportunity to make your presentation. As I've said, this presentation is limited to 10 minutes, and we are going to time you, and we are very strict on timing because we want to be able to interview everybody today. Thank you very much. Get ready. You can start your presentation and the time begins now.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Members of the committee, I'm honored as I've indicated. Just to get started off, the topic is a fairly interesting one because it begins to ask us to reflect on the basis of what we currently have and of course what obviously are loopholes in our own system, and therefore to reflect on that and how do we take this process within the context of our public service forward. So the introduction that I'm presenting there, Chairperson and honorable members, is that in our country, since the dawn of democracy, our democratic government has put in place the proper systems of recruitment and selection that are in place. And of course, the question that arises has to do with the manner in which we find ourselves in the current situation where we currently are. And then I'm saying that the primary goal there in this instance is to ensure that our own public service is broadly representative, and that in doing so, we pursue it along the lines of those 4 factors that I've listed there, Chairperson and members. Employment practices based on recruitment and selection policies and procedures that are in place, driven by our own Department of Public Service and Administration, that we need to be objective in the process so that there is that balanced view in the manner in which we approach the process. And then the fairness, which goes along with the justice, and equitable manner in which the matter of recruitment is handled. And then, of course, and then the last one, the need to redress the imbalances of the past, because the manner in which we've had our public service system, that was actually excluding the majority in this country. And of course, the challenge post-independence has always consistently been to address that problem. Now we have the Constitution in place, we have our own system in terms of the public service and the defined terms, that we have to pursue that are in line with the values that are spelled out in the Constitution, in the Chapter 10 of the Constitution, or the values of our own public service, which are fairly critical as the backbone of the manner in which one pursues this matter, Chair and members. So without a doubt, I'm mentioning that question of being labor intensive, notwithstanding the fact that I do acknowledge that within the context of the changes that are confronting us, not only in our country but the world over, we are bound to understand that the developments in the environment of technology, behoves of all of us to understand that we have to make use of that in order to be fully functional. But we have to take into account the reality that is confronting us, that the majority of our people in the country are still not as exposed as one would have liked to. So the labor intensivity that I'm talking about is the one that immediately implies that we should not then fall into the trap of saying, when you use technology, it means you withdraw. Because many people will actually have that sense. It basically even adds on the question of the responsibility on your part, because it pushes you to operate. So the extent to which you do that immediately says, even in the environment outside the technological frame, also requires us to be fully functional and delivering the service that is required, in terms of our expectations in the public service environment. So I'm putting it in that sense, Chair and members of the committee. And then the quality of the service, therefore, and the performance of employees are cardinal in order for us to deliver what is required. And then the recruitment and selection collectively is representing the important human resources, practices in our public service. I'm putting this with a very clear understanding that unless we have a fully functional Department of Human Resources, we will actually find this one a bit of a challenge, because, Chairperson and members of the committee, what becomes critical here is that we want a fully functional public service. We have a situation where we have those that we've already drawn into the system and those that we still have to bring into the system. So as we bring them into the system, we have to be guaranteed that we put a framework that ensures that the ones that we bring into the system are fit for the jobs that we are bringing them in, but simultaneously are fit for the organization, that is the environment where we are. So the public service must never be understood as being equivalent of what you'll find outside the public service. We are expected to have a relationship and be accessible to our communities. So immediately when we're aloof, we've missed the point altogether. So the extent to which then we do that without fail will assist us to have that particular success. And then the next one, of course, the strategies that will assist us to achieve in this particular instance, to attend to these weaknesses and challenges and loopholes that have been identified from your side, Chair, and the members of the committee. Now, I'm then talking now in a greater detail about the process now that has to be followed in this instance. So it's going to be systematic in terms of the procedure. So in order to ensure that as then we recruit, that we spell out what the requirements of the job are. And then those requirements are the ones that then tend to be a guide in the process. But we follow through in terms of the process right to the end without fail, in order to ensure that the objectivity in terms of all those factors that I mentioned earlier, the fairness and so on, and the redress finally, are consistent in terms of our own lens in handling the work. And that the best practices, of course, are then driven by the recruitment planning, the strategic development, searching, screening, and that particular evaluation and control. So they are not in a linear fashion following each other in that sense of the word, but we have to take all of them into account, because at times you find that as you are about to recruit, you then say you can't just recruit in a vacuum, hence the strategies that have to be put in place. But simultaneously, what then follows is the search. You go out there to look for these particular potential candidates that you are looking for and so on. There are instances where you may make a success right up front. There are instances where you may not. And what then does this mean? It means that your recruitment and selection process becomes an overall resource strategy. But built into that, we also have headhunting, particularly when you're looking for the supervision category, you're looking for managerial category, you're looking for executives in that instance, because you are then expected to go out there and headhunt in order to entice people to have an interest in coming into the public service so that you can be fully functional in this instance. So those factors, Chair and members of the committee, cut right across, as I mentioned, that right person for the right job. As I say, the person fit, person job, person organization fit. Secondly, that we have to be guaranteed that we don't find ourselves in a misaligned hiring process. And then finally, that we have to have the adequate resources that are in line with the performance that you find within the environment. So that the manner in which we deploy resources must be on the basis of the performance that people have. But that does not also come automatically. It has to be guided by those that you put in the managerial hierarchy, because it is incumbent upon them on an ongoing basis to consistently ensure that when you talk about recruitment, the jobs that are identified, you do organization development so that there can be a job analysis. These things are not automatic. You can't assume that because the job was there previously, it means that when I go out to the market, it still remains the same. These jobs change with time because of the developments that are underway as a result of many factors within our own environment. So we have then to accept that. But it is then necessary for those who are in the supervisory category to understand that it is actually incumbent upon them to do that. You know, these factors, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, it is important because I would like to argue that it is necessary for us to get the public service to be so functional that we stand in a situation where at the level of the leadership, which in this instance, from the perspective that I'm presenting it, are those who are in the political sphere, must be guaranteed that the public service is fully functional. So what it then means is that those who are supposed then to be managing those levels must be accountable, but accountable via those who are on the top echelons who then report in a direct sense, you know, on the category that I'm referring to as governing the process. Because as you are sitting here, you are the ones then who govern that process, you know, but those who are working must make it a point that it runs without fail on an ongoing basis. So those are factors that I wanted to mention here, Chair and members of the Selection Committee. Those points that I'm listing there in terms of critical factors, the first one I've spoken about. Now the next ones that I'm mentioning are critical insofar as ensuring that when we talk about the aptitude, to what extent people have that alignment in terms of the thinking of being fully functional, their behavioral traits, their personality traits, how they communicate, interpersonal level, is it possible that they actually function in a manner that delivers?
Thank you, Prof. Your 10 minutes is up now.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee.
As I said, I'm now going to give the opportunity to the members of the panel to ask you questions, and you must be brief in answering them.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Professor Makanya.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member.
My name is Teliswa Mgweba. I'm a member of this subcommittee, who happen also to be a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for your presentation. My only question to you is based on your presentation, where you have mentioned in your overview of strategies, there's a slide on the overview of strategies, that government need to guard against misaligned hiring, as this has negative implications and associated with risk to the public service delivery. So my question to you, Professor, is that how can the Public Service Commission play a meaningful in assisting our government departments in preventing appointing incompetent and incapable candidates to the public service? Thank you very much, Chair.
You will answer every member after he or she has asked a question. I'm not going to interrupt. You will be free to respond immediately.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Honorable Member, thank you for the question. The misaligned hiring from the side of our public service and how we can be in a better position to prevent that. It is in the very first instance that as and when we go out there to recruit, that we are very clear that we are recruiting on the basis of what we've spelled out as the requirements, because the requirements must be spelled out in detail. So to what extent do we align those with what we are seeing out there? But not only that, the main reason why then there are these additional points like the aptitude. To what extent the individuals that we want to bring on board, have the aptitude, what we will refer to as like some kind of an intelligence, or teachability to operate in the environment are supposed to be brought into that space. Similarly, the whole notion of their personality traits, coupled with their behavioral traits. To what extent do they have the kind of psyche or intelligence, that will be in line with the space in which you want to appoint them? Just to cite a simple example, you might find that you are recruiting me in the job. Of course, I meet all the requirements on the basis of those that are spelled out, competencies, skills, and so on and so forth. But of course, I fall short when it comes to these personality traits and behavioral traits, largely because you don't want a situation where suddenly you've hired me and I present myself now as a capricious individual. I present myself as being cantankerous, because in that instance, it means that I'll be so perverse that the manner in which I interact with others, I'll be so offensive that I push out the very same individuals that were brought with a very clear understanding by the same structure to come and operate in that environment. So you want an individual who's going to walk in there, gel with others, and work with others. So the team is the team effort that makes us to succeed at the end of the day. So there are individuals who actually operate as individuals, and this is a public service. I need to be having a capacity to communicate. To what extent can I converse? To what extent am I sociable, when it comes to the interpersonal skills? To what extent am I affable and amiable, and gregarious? Because these are all the factors that are going to be assisting me to function. Because you can imagine, I'm in a public space, people come to me, I must actually be receptive to them. You go to some of these entities, you actually get disappointed to find that an individual actually does the work, but of course they are pushing people away. They make you feel that I don't belong here. And that is not what the public service is supposed to be. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done to that extent, so that as we bring them in, at least there is that kind of guarantee that these ones understand the environment where they are. They appreciate this environment, and they are keen to see us succeeding.
Thank you, Professor Makanya. Good afternoon, sir. I am Miriam Kibi, a member of the panel and also a member of the committee. Mr. Makanya, taking you further in your response, if you are appointed, how would you advise the Minister of the DPSA to devise a clearly defined and transparent recruitment and selection process of employees in the public service? That is my question to you, Mr. Makanya. Thank you.
That, I'm not going to say answer. Once a question is asked, you are free to respond immediately.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Honorable Member, thank you so much. In this environment, mine will be right up front to take what is currently in place and have an opportunity of interrogating it, not just an individual, interrogating it with the entire staff complement who are in the upper echelons of that environment. Our starting point will have to be within that environment of our functionality. To what extent have we made success of the work that we are doing across the board? To what extent have we fallen short of the success that is required? So on the basis of that, we're basically plugging the gaps that now we are going to be using as the basis from which to launch ourselves into the new that is going to make us to be successful. Base where we are so that we can actually make that kind of success. But at the same time, which ones are supposed to give way? Because you find that as you do that process strategically, you end up having to take some of the existing portfolios. You end up dismantling them and combining others and redefining the manner in which we have to operate, because as I indicated, that how the work then unfolds over time, you find that what I've been doing in the initial phase of the work that I've been doing, you find that my next door neighbor, with time, actually has begun to do more or less the same things. But to what extent do we diversify so that we don't sit in a situation where there are individuals within the same space who are not fully employed? I always argue that if people are not actually on an ongoing basis performing, then they are not fully employed. So to what extent do we plug that out of our system? Because it is a drain in our system. And the difficulty, by the way, is that once employed, it is difficult to get rid of that individual. So you find that they may be so dysfunctional, but to get rid of them, you will actually struggle for a number of years while we are bleeding. So that is why it becomes so critical that you don't wait until there is a battle line drawn, because now you are saying, I've been evaluating your work. You have the exposure of the work that has been underway for some time, so you can actually deal with that and then move on. So the strategy then can be built on those bases. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Professor Makanya. My name is Voisile. Surname is Malumane. I'm part of the subcommittee for today's panel. My question, it will be based on your presentation. When you presented to us, you speak about effective recruitment and selection approach, where in your presentation, you mentioned that the selection committees need to pronounce in writing their reasons for appointing specific individuals and recommendations. So my question is, should the law be put in place to punish selection committee who appoints incompetent and incapable people in the public service? If yes, how will the PSC monitor all recruitment practice in the public service to ensure competent people are appointed? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. the challenge that we are confronting is the one that says that we do, with some huge measure of honesty, a process of recruitment that results or yields particular individuals that we end up hiring. But of course, what is important for us is at a stage when it becomes apparent that these individuals are not necessarily placed or well placed in terms of person fit, in terms of the job and organization fit. You need to interrogate that and confront such individuals. It's one thing to find a situation where such individuals, in all honesty, did not in whatever manner try to obviate what you had presented as your requirements and of course ended up in the space, from a situation where you are confronted with charlatans, individuals who are imposters, who are faking who they are, and you end up with them. Those ones just have to push out of the system almost immediately, because you are very clear about how they ended up in the environment. But those, of course, who ended up in the environment with that kind of an understanding that there are these limitations that we've picked up, if you confront that in a direct sense, you stand a better chance of bringing some corrective measures that will assist you to win. So it's important then to tackle it instead of saying, oh, no, now we are in trouble, so it does not matter, we can't do anything about it. Because the problem that we normally confront and we end up actually paying the price for is that we pick up the problem, but we want to bank the solution and say, no, we'll actually deal with it, some time later. The problem is that in the meantime, it's messing up your system because you are not actually getting the work that needs to be done. So it's having that kind of a bold move to say, it's got to be done now. DPSA has a responsibility of consistently having that network, but accounting to the Public Service Commission, so that as honorable members, you have the comfort. That's really where we are supposed to be. I always want to have this notion in my mind that, when you have a government must have that peace of mind to say that structure operates, so that it doesn't matter whether I'm in government now or somebody else is in government. That structure must function. But it must...
In the various government departments. Therefore, the question is, in your own view, do you think that government should appoint senior personnel on contract basis? What is the rationale for appointing personnel on contract in senior management position? Then the last question would be, what are the benefits of risk of appointing personnel on contract basis, more especially in senior management position? I think.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Thank you, Chair. Just to say, it is necessary, to differentiate the manner in which we can actually accommodate that arrangement. So it obviously will create instability if those who are being contracted are at lower levels, because it means that we don't have a long-term view of where we are going as a public sector. Because we have to establish these positions if there is a necessity, and therefore be guaranteed that we are taking the process forward in this direction. But of course, if it becomes apparent that at some point, you need to then make a turn, do make that turn and account for it. But the senior ones, it's important to ensure that they are on a contractual basis, because their performance must actually hinge on the delivery of the work that is required. So, because being on contract does not in any way, dissuade you as authorities in this instance to reappoint the person who's performing. But the advantages of having those who are at senior levels being on short-term basis is because you are not bound, to be challenged should you say we need to part ways. Because you know that, but I'm not getting what actually I was looking for here. So immediately when you take it on, you can move on. But of course, as I say, because you are expecting high-level skills at that level, but the ones that are at lower levels, it will be unfair, because the understanding is that it is incumbent upon me to train them, to supervise them, to mentor them. So at that level, I'm the one who has the responsibility of growing them in the space. But if I don't do that, of course, it's problematic. The main reason why you find that within our own operating spaces, we get challenged is because the workforce get a feeling that those who are supposed to be managing them or supervising them are not doing that in an earnest fashion. So they get surprises when they're told that you are not performing. They say, but where do you come from? I mean, I've been around here. Why suddenly am I not performing? The understanding is that it must be an ongoing. That is why the communication skills are so critical. There's nothing wrong in being honest with a person to say, you know what, I don't think you're actually getting it right here because we've contracted on you performing and delivering the following. So if it's ongoing, I can guarantee you that you'll get it right. But if it happens at various intervals, people are only checked now at the end of the day, they refuse to cooperate.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Makanya. My name is Rosina Komane, the member of this portfolio committee and the member of this panel as well. Dr. Makanya, when one was listening carefully to you, you raised issues in your presentation, particularly on slide 2, that quality service, the quality of the service is directly dependent on the performance of the employees. And you further emphasize that there are weaknesses and loopholes in the recruitment and selection system in the public service. And then you indicated that should be addressed effectively. But given the cancer that we have in the public service, named as corruption, political interference, and so on and so on. So one would then be tempted to ask you if you may be given this opportunity to become the commissioner, how would you then, in your capacity, try to address that, but not compromising the independence of the Public Service Commission? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Thank you, Chair. You are raising a point that is fairly critical, Honourable Member, in the sense that, we need to confront the challenges, of corruption head-on. Now, the advantages of the Public Service Commission is that it has that particular authority of handling that work in a manner where it focuses and zooms into the work itself rather than the surrounding space. So in that sense, your questions are consistently on the question of performance, but simultaneously on the question of the values of the public service. Because when you then take people back to those values, you say to them, these values require you to use them as your lens. So to what extent that which you find yourself in actually lives up to that idea. So then a person actually immediately finds themselves in trouble because they're already on their back foot. So in that sense, your questions are pushing them against the wall because they can't simply turn around and say, oh no, but these values don't apply to me. They are spelled out in Chapter 10 of the Constitution. We are bound by them. So in that sense, you then help to ensure that this entity begins to do that which it was expected to be doing.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Professor. My name is Leon Schreiber, also a member of this committee, and thank you for availing yourself today. I've got two follow-up questions related to the presentation. The first one is to gauge your views on the proposals in the National Development Plan about the so-called hybrid appointment process, just to gauge where you stand on that for senior management service members. And then secondly, on political interference, political involvement in appointment processes, policies and issues like cadre deployment. What is your view on this and the PSC's role in combating this to create a more merit-based appointment process? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Chair. Just to say, I also share that similar view on the part of what actually is pursued, or rather the emphasis on the side of the National Development Plan. because the hybrid manner of these appointments is actually helpful insofar as ensuring that there is a cross-fertilization, of the knowledge and skills that are required within the space in which we are operating. So you'll find that the high competency levels may not necessarily be residing within our own space, but residing outside our own space. But by bringing them for a particular short-term arrangement with a view of ensuring that they are infused within our own space is actually beneficial. I mean, just to cite an example of what happened in our country, post-independence, honorable members, you'll recall that late President Mandela appointed a businessman, to serve as a commissioner of police. As ordinary citizens, it actually was something that made us to stand back and said, oh, is it possible? But of course, it has a critical role to play, but all that it says is, to what extent do you bring those particular skills that are not necessarily resident within our own environment in a manner in which we operate to come and operate here? Because remember that it was a stage at which we were saying we are transitioning from being just the South African police to becoming the South African Police Service. So it immediately brings the service orientation that brings them back to this public service notion of the extent to which you are operating for the sake of the same people. So it is those kinds of dynamics that actually play themselves in a manner that is positive in this instance. That's why I like that. But of course, on the political interference, it's important for us to understand that it's a very tricky one, because you have a government, and government has spelled out a specific agenda of things that need to be achieved. And of course, they are determined to get those things achieved. But what then we need to understand is the extent to which we have to marry the two in a manner that guarantees an integrated system that ensures that the system does not fall apart. Because you have to drive that agenda, but ensure that the functioning system is in place. So, which is then going to be helping us to be operating like in other places. I mean, I always actually find some parts of the world being amusing. I mean, you look at a country like Italy. Most of the time you hear that they are actually undergoing elections. You said, what's going on with this country? But then you find that they have elections at various intervals, but they are consistently functioning. And it's simply because they have succeeded to get a functional public service system, which is actually what my aspiration is all about. That we get to that point, and then we find that those interferences will not necessarily be negatively affecting our operational system. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member.
Sorry, may I, Chair? Just a quick follow-up. On the first part of the question, I think I was perhaps not clear enough. So the hybrid approach is referring to Chapter 13 of the National Development Plan, the proposal around changing the appointment process so that the head of the public service is involved. There's a hybrid approach. I just want to gauge your view on this because it's quite a contentious issue. Where do you stand? Do you think that's something that should happen, or should the powers reside with the EAs as it currently does?
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. I'm actually in line with that kind of an approach, because for me, it's actually bringing in an avenue and a platform for us to be fully functional. So that is why it's exciting to me, to get it operational.
Thank you, Prof. It's my turn to ask a question now. The Public Service Commission has a constitutional mandate to promote the values and principles of Section 195 of the Constitution. Can you briefly tell us your understanding of the functions of the Public Service Commission and the values and principles governing public administration?
Thank you so much, Chairperson, honorable members. The Public Service Commission is actually handling a very critical part of the work that is almost, an area that must guarantee our excitement, as a population. Because all that it does is to insist on an understanding that says that you bring the services to the people. And as you do so within that understanding where the lens, as it were, or the framework within the context of our own values, as spelled out, in Chapter 9 of the Constitution, the drivers, the professional ethics. That's the main reason why at the dawn of democracy, it became incumbent, upon this new administration, the new department, to ensure that those who are in this environment understand and they actually get inducted in this new fashion, because you have to be ethical. So to what extent do we professionalize that within the environment where all of us who are operating in that structure, are driven by that? That the services that we are delivering, that remember that we are using public resources. To what extent are we efficient? To what extent are we effective? To what extent are we ensuring that we are guaranteed that within those spaces we create that kind of culture on all those who are operating, to say it's not just to say that I'll use all the resources because they happen to be at my disposal. But because you have these resources, to what extent can you actually minimally dip into them but deliver the quality service that is still required in that most efficient manner that is actually required? But in so doing, we then have to be clear in our minds that we are in a developmental state. So a developmental state simply accepts that the manner in which we are developed, is unequal. So to what extent then do we do the work in a manner that guarantees that those who are on the margins understand that they actually get the same level of respect, and they're still having the dignity of that service which has to be provided to them in a manner in which it has to, and they participate in policy making and so on and so forth. Because in many instances you find that those who are on the margins are not fully participants in all these processes. So which is where the weakness actually lies. That is why I'm then saying, Chairperson and honorable members, that we bring them in once again to say, we are reorienting ourselves, because this is basically supposed to be our driver. So even the whole notion of ensuring that as and when then we are recruiting, that we recruit, that is why I spoke about the Department of Human Resources that is fully functional. Because this department must understand that everybody needs to be developed. So to what extent do we build careers within the context of the public service so that we can have a fully functional system as we move into the future? The redress in the process of ensuring that we understand, those who are operating on the margins, how do we bring them into the mainstream? So you have the responsibility of building within the framework structured systems of ensuring that you have these programs in place, that are going to ensure that you are growing them and so on. So, Chairperson, honorable members, that is actually how, from where I sit, we need to then go back to those values, bring them back, consciously make them part and parcel of our living motto within the context of the work that we do.
Thank you, Professor Makanya. At this point, we want to give you an opportunity to make a comment to, if any comment you have to the panel.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members. Maybe just one comment to thank honorable members for the interaction that we've just had. It's critical for me as I sit here to have a situation where, as we move into the future, we can have a guarantee that those that we are bringing into our own service, understand that we expect them to operate with aplomb and equanimity, so that we don't actually have that kind of equivocation about what they're capable of delivering. But secondly, have this notion of the individual that says, because it reminds me of an example of a fellow who said that he was playing basketball in college and had an opportunity of the coach saying, we have now come to the wire. We are left with only one opponent, but they are tough. And now here is the plan. Now, the coach is a person who studies what is going on, and he says, these are areas that I know are shortcomings of our opponents. And I'm expecting you to do the following, you the following. And he puts everything on the screen and says, now, if we deliver on this plan in a meticulous fashion, we are going to emerge as victors. Now, this fellow says, my biggest frustration was that I was supposed to be the last one to deliver. He said, you will then be scoring, because this is a gap that shall have happened. Now, he said that I was under so much pressure, I could not even sleep for a number of days. But the fact of the matter is that on the day, they delivered on that plan without any failure, and they won. Now, he says that this thing has lived with me for the rest of my life, because it then says, what is important in life is that when you go and see yourself in the mirror, you must always remember that you saw yourself in the mirror. Don't move away from the mirror and say, you know, I've forgotten about what I've seen. That is what we actually experience with public servants. They know what is required. They know that the environment where they are is the one that does not belong to them. So they are stewards of the resources of the state. But when they are there, they forget about that. So which means that it's a major problem because it compromises all of us. I mean, when they falter, we are all actually embarrassed, which is what we are supposed to be avoiding. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Professor Makanya. We are now rounding up today with the interviews. At the end of all these interviews, we shall revert back to all the candidates and give them their scores. So we will communicate with you in writing about the results of your interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you so much, honorable members.
Yes, you are free to leave now.
Which one is it? Okay.
We are at the tail end now. We have left two more. Yeah.
I can take it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Murauzi. Welcome to this interview. I am Jojo James, chair of this interview panel, and I'm also the chairperson of the Public Service and Administration Portfolio Committee. As I said, welcome. First of all, I want to put you at ease so that you relax. We are not going to pester you or denigrate your character or your being, but we are going to ask you questions with only one view of ensuring that whether you have the requisite of this position that you have applied for. Therefore, once again, relax, feel free. You are free to have a sip of water whenever you need to do that. Now, can you briefly introduce yourself to the panel? But before you do that, you are given two parts. The first part is the introduction of yourself. The second part is where you are going to present on a theme that you have been given. And we will give you 10 minutes on that presentation, strictly 10 minutes, and we are going to time you. Now I'm giving you the opportunity to introduce yourself to the panel.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Thusani Muraudzi. I am currently employed in the city of Johannesburg as a deputy director dealing with international relations and global networks. I'm responsible for the interface of international relations for the political executive in the city with global stakeholders. I'm also responsible for advising technical departments on international relations, and I'm also responsible for creating a global voice for the city. I have also served in a similar capacity at the Department of International Relations and Cooperation for 11 years, and I have been responsible for various stakeholder relations within the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. And I've also served similarly in science and technology. And from a personal experience, as a person who has been in the public service for close to 20 years, I have had I can say I've had a view of what selection and recruitment looks like in the public service. I've seen the various struggles in selection and recruitment of people who form the committee, and as well as being a person who has been serving in the public service as well. And so I've also seen what it takes for various stakeholders to engage not only in a recruitment and selection, but also in just managing relations and managing conflict as well. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Muraudzi. Now I'm giving you the opportunity to make your presentation. As I've said, it will be limited to 10 minutes. And once you exhaust that 10 minutes, even if you have not completed, I'll stop you. And when I do that, I'm not rude to you, but we are treating all the candidates equally. Give them equal time, not more time to others, less time to the others. Thank you very much. You have the opportunity now to make your presentation, and you are going to be timed. Your time begins now.
Thank you. So the problem statement that was presented to me was that I needed to look at addressing the existing weaknesses and loopholes in the recruitment and selection system in the public service.
Can you speak to the mic, Ms. Brout? So that you are audible enough to everyone.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to go through all of the challenges that are associated with recruitment and selection, but I would like to believe that if we do not recruit right as the public service, or if we do not recruit right as companies, we stand the risk of literally burning a company or the public service to the ground. However, if we recruit correctly and timeously as well, we stand the chance of having a public service which is efficient, which is professional, and which is also operating according to the ethics that are set out in the various pieces of legislation. So today I'm going to propose these following solutions to recruitment and selection in the public service. The first one is to implement and inculcate professional ethics in the public service. The second one is to capacitate selection committees adequately. This means that we also need to train them on how to document shortlisting, train them on documenting interviews and appointment procedures. This all in light of trying to be fair and transparent. We need to prioritize security vetting, and we also need to neutralize institutional politics in decision-making in terms of selection and recruitment policies. We also need to delineate politics from recruitment and selection, and finally, we need to enhance institutional effectiveness. I'm not going to go into the pieces of legislations that are guiding principles and provision on recruitment and selections, but the biggest one of them is the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, where Chapter 10 would play the biggest role in how we effect our work as the public service, specifically affecting recruitment and selection. In terms of implementing and inculcating professional ethics in the public service, there are two things that we need to do. It's important for us to roll out the message in terms of civic education that citizens are right holders, and they also know that they expect service delivery by government, and this is a legal expectation. And what about us as public servants? We need to get the education that we are duty bearers and we are obliged to deliver services in a legally prescribed manner. And then how would we implement and inculcate professional ethics? We need to address the challenges and minimize irregular and inconsistent practices. And for that, we've got the Public Service Commission Toolkit, which looks closely at recruitment and selection, and it was put together in 2007. We also need to capacitate selection committees adequately in terms of training. I've alluded to the fact that we need to make sure that shortlisting is documented properly. Same goes for interviewing and appointment procedures. This will all be in light of ensuring that there's transparency in the public service, and it would also be helpful if this is happening in real time. And we need to prioritize security vetting as well. Security vetting needs to be a process which should be done routinely, and security vetting needs to be completed on selected candidates even before interviews if possible. And we also need to verify qualifications when we make appointments, especially during the interview process. And then in terms of neutralizing institutional politics in decision making, let's just make sure that the politics as far as possible is removed from the administration in terms of decisions. The decisions that are taken in recruitment and selection needs to be in the best interest of the public. Does this mean that there's no space for cadres in the public service? I believe that there's space in the cadres there's space for cadres in the public service, and this is to ensure that we address the imbalances of the past that this country faces. I myself have reported to cadres in the past, but what made it easy was the fact that they were professional and they were correctly capacitated as well. So we need to ensure that cadres understand what patriotism is, and they need to undergo training as well. And it also speaks to the fact that we need to delineate politics from recruitment and selection. In terms of senior positions in government, DGs, chief directors, and directors generals, there's a space for these positions to become political appointment. not a problem. As long as they are capacitated properly, as long as they have the right paperwork and the right experience, which is going to speak to selection and recruitment as well. And this will just make sure that if there's no lack of political interference, it will make sure that we get hold of the right candidates in terms of selection and recruitment. We need to enhance institutional effectiveness. And there are 3 or 4 things that we can do to ensure that our institutions are running optimally. In terms of selection and recruitment, let's make sure that all the staff that deals with this are receiving the right orientation, the right regular training and development as well. And in the case that we're still having complaints and we are still having backlog and all of that, we need to make sure that there's remedial action which is going to be implemented for people who deal with recruitment and selection. And then we can also look at additional institutional intervention methods that can be rolled out as well. We need to train people who deal with HR in terms of ethical behavior. What is the right thing to do when we're recruiting for the public service? To make sure that issues of corruption and things like that are limited also in the public service. And then we also need to strengthen monitoring and evaluation tools in recruitment units. I am aware that we're already using data, surveys, interviews, but we need an early warning mechanism or a public service dashboard, which is going to give us a bird's eye view in terms of what is happening in terms of selection and recruitment. I'm aware that there's already a mechanism which we are using, which is dealing with complaints in the public service. So therefore, it's just a matter of trying to find out if that system cannot be utilized then as an early warning mechanism or run along that concurrently. And then we also need to engage in international benchmarking. This will make sure that we're comparing and contrasting South Africa's recruitment and selection systems with the best in the world. And the best in the world is not only the Europes of this world. Let's look at what is happening in the Southern African Development Community. Let's also look at the best case scenarios in Africa, if there are countries that can teach us how to do this best in terms of selection and recruitment. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moraus. Honorable members of the panel will now get the opportunity to ask you questions, and they will introduce themselves to you as they ask the question.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Mulaudzi. Mulaudzi. Okay. Mulaudzi. Okay. My name is Teliswa Mkweba. I'm a member of this subcommittee who happen to be in the portfolio committee. And thank you for your presentation. In fact, in your presentation, you have cited the political interference as one of the major obstacles in the appointment of qualified and competent candidates. Then, Ms. Mulaudzi, what does the National Development Plan propose about the minimization of political interference in the public administration? And the second question, and what causes tension between the HODs and members of the executive authority? Thank you, Chair.
You are free to answer, Mr. Moraudzi. I'm not going to call you back to answer. Once the question is put to you, you will answer immediately thereafter. I'm not going to say I'm giving you the floor to answer.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Ms. Mkweba. I hope I'm correct. And then, yes, I did mention the fact that political interference can become a problem. However, I will take Madam back to a section 195 of the Constitution, which is part of Chapter 10, which also makes provision that we can address the imbalances of the past. That piece of legislation is the one that deals with making room and allowance for employment of cadres within the public service, and that is also the piece of legislation that would then be highlighted in the National Planning Commission. And then in terms of the existing tension between members of the executive, I'm sorry, and HODs. Yes. This one is a bit of a tightrope, if I may say, because heads of departments find themselves having to take not only political instructions, but also having to take technical instructions as well to make sure that recruitment and selection is as per the prescribed manner in the public service. It can tend to be a challenge or a problem when a head of department find themselves dealing with issues of shortlisting, but getting also linear instructions on what the shortlist is supposed to be looking like. So that is where the head of department would then find themselves having to navigate that tension between doing what is in the best interest of the public to make sure that a public service and administration is working optimally. And if public service and administration is supposed to be working optimally, it means that we're supposed to be recruiting people that are capable, people that have the right qualifications, and people that have the right skills. And if they do not have the correct skills that we may be looking for, they must be people that can be retrained in such a manner that they would be able to effect efficient public service for the good of our citizens. So that tension really that exists between the executive and the head of a department, I believe that it needs to be managed. Let's manage it also by having the correct job profiles as well. Let's have the right instruments that are talking to recruitment, so that when the heads of departments are having to now navigate the space with members of the executive, they also will be in a position where they are protected by the right instruments when it comes to selection and recruitment.
Good afternoon, Ms. Muraudzi. Thanks, Chair. Ms. Muraudzi, do you know KK?
No, madam.
My name is Miriam and my surname is Kibi. I'm a member of the panel and also a member of the committee. Ms. Muraudzi, listening to your presentation, I picked up that in your presentation, you have mentioned that the PSC developed a toolkit on recruitment and selection in 2007. The toolkit simplifies processes for national and provincial departments in facilitating recruitment and selection of individuals. Now my question is, ma'am, is the toolkit on recruitment and selection still relevant and aligned with National Development Plan Vision 2030? If appointed, what need to be amended to improve recruitment and selection processes in the public service with aim of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state? That is my question. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Kibi, for that thought-provoking question. Is the 2007 PSC toolkit still relevant and aligned to the National Development Planning Commission? When looking at the PSC strategic focus, which states that we need to be building a capable, ethical development state. It's a tough one. And I would say, yes, it's still relevant. And the reason why I say that is because it alludes to the different interventions that you can make in terms of recruitment and in terms of strengthening, actually rather, in terms of strengthening recruitment and selection. So the toolkit looks at all the challenges that are existing in the public service. And when I look at South African public service landscape, although we have all the relevant mechanisms and legislative instruments that are assisting us to make sure that recruitment and selection is happening within the correct confines of systems and processes. Clearly, we are still having a problem as a public service because we're still dealing with a public service HR system which is not agile. If we still have a public service system where a person can apply for a job and we still have recruitment processes that can be 3-4 months long, it means that we still have a process in terms of making sure that our processes are fast. So how are we going to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state if we have a system which looks like it is still sleeping, it is sluggish? If we want to find what happened in terms of interviews within a certain institution, we cannot find that information in real time. So it means we do not have the right systems in place that are allowing us to have a selection and recruitment which is transparent. And if our public service is going to be capable, ethical, and developmental, it starts with a public service which is transparent.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Muraudzi. Yeah, I've learned something today. I usually say Mulaudzi. So, my question, it will be based on your presentation on slide 9, where in your presentation you mentioned that the quality of candidates recruited is seldom as high as might have been anticipated due to political interference and recruitment practices in the public service. That's what you've said in your presentation. So my question is, should government be more transparent in the recruitment process of senior managers in the public service in order to ensure appointments are purely based on the merits and competence? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Madam, for your question. Yes, it is Tusani Moraozi. That's how we pronounce it. It's an L. In terms of the question on whether the quality of candidates in the public service can be higher, Madam, it is definitely a yes. Should there be more transparency in the recruitment of senior managers? I believe that the process could definitely get better. And how can we make sure that the process gets better? I think it speaks to the mechanism that I was talking about earlier on in the presentation. I alluded to the fact that the Public Service Commission currently has a data warehouse system that is looking at harnessing the intelligence information that we have in real time. We can run a similar instrument which is looking at a quality of recruitment in the public service.
It's my turn now, Ms. Murauzi. The Public Service Commission has a constitutional mandate to promote values and principles of Section 195 of the Constitution. Can you tell us what is your understanding of the functions of the Public Service Commission and the values and principles governing public service administration? You do that briefly, not in detail.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, indeed, the Public Service Commission has a constitutional mandate which is outlined in Section 195 of the Constitution. And what would I believe would then be the functions of the Public Service Commission? One of the functions that I would outline would be of carrying out investigations in public departments, and also not only should they be routine investigations, this can be investigations based on timely interventions that need to be made in any given time. I can give an example. Currently, we have maybe 80% of the public service workforce operating from home due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And one issue that would need looking into would be the amount of time that public servants would be spending actually doing the work that they are supposed to be doing in terms of service delivery. And the Public Service Commission is also responsible for ensuring that the investigations that have taken place in the public service, reports should also be put together, and these reports should be in a manner which is friendly to the eye and to the ear and to comprehend, and it should reach the executives of the country, and it should also reach all the senior manager levels so that they can know how their departments and institutions are doing as well. And the Public Service Commission should also spend time investing in talking to members of departments as well, so that they can know what is it that the commission does, because there's also a sense that people who are also in the public service may not truly know the work that the Public Service Commission really does. And this we see maybe playing out in the number and the kind of issues that could be on the agenda sometimes. And then in terms of the values that the commission has, for me the biggest one would be the issue of transparency, making sure that government, how it operates, is transparent and efficient in the running of the business, and making sure that the people that are within the public service of the Republic of South Africa have a voice, and there's a recourse for whatever grievance that they may have. They need to feel heard, they need to feel seen, and they need to know that their issues matter to the executives of the country, and that there's going to be recourse where there's injustice.
Demasia Ribotusa. I am Honorable Mzwake Sibisi, a member of the Portfolio Committee. I would like to take you just one question. The PSC functions are aimed at, among others, to promote the values and principles governing public administration and to give directions aimed at ensuring that personnel procedures comply with the principles. So the question is, in your view, is the Public Service Commission making an impact in the public service? And how can the PSC reposition itself to make an impact given its wider mandate of promoting the values and principles governing public administration?
Thank you very much, Honorable Sibisi, for that question. You ask, is the Public Service Commission making an impact at all in the landscape of our country, in how it is carrying out its duties? I would like to believe that it is so. And why would I be saying that? I think we have seen, and this is a bit of a double-edged sword actually, we have seen a number of complaints within the public service space. And I would like to believe that this is because of the communication drive that the Public Service Commission has undertaken to make sure that it disseminates the information to the wider public service on the work of the Commission. So whereas employees of the public service may not have known where to get recourse for issues within the public service, or where they may have felt that they are not treated equally, members of the public service are becoming aware of this institution and its roles and responsibilities. And they are also now aware, due to the education, the public education on where to find the offices within the various provinces and how to get in touch. And then in terms of how can the public service regenerate itself, really? I believe that, first let me say, the systems and processes within the public service, they are functioning correctly. However, I think we need to get business with implementing certain things. So the nuts and bolts are there, but I think we just need to bring certain things closer to make sure that the work of the commission can get better. The number of investigations, if we were doing the right work in terms of making sure that every civil service servant is.
So, right, and I'm timing the responses. I want to be fair to everybody. I don't want to give. I have also taken into account that your presentation, you have saved many minutes in your presentation, but I think you have sufficiently answered that question.
Thank you very much, Mem Raudzi, if I have spelled it correctly. My name is Rosina Komani, the member of this portfolio committee and the member of this panel. Thank you very much for availing yourself to this interview, and thanks for your presentation. I would want to take you back to your presentation. Subsequently, in your response to the first question that was raised by an honorable member, wherein you have indicated in your response that partially you don't see any much problem in terms of cadre deployment. Hence, you have stated that it addresses the injustices of the past and so on and so on. And equally draw you to your presentation on page 8, which speaks very critical of the political interferences, which basically would give birth to the challenges that you have as well raised in terms of your same presentation. And given all that, one would then want to ask, in terms of how do you balance then your presentation vis-a-vis your response to Honorable Mugweva in terms of us having the maladministration and the corruption that we really find in South Africa? That has been like, it's a norm. It's normal for us to have this corruption. And one may say, in terms of the reports, most of the reports that we have received from various commissions and institutions, most of them are being borne by either cadre deployment or employment or deployment of people without requisite skills and so on and so on. Bearing in mind your response that you said it addresses the imbalances of the past, not having referred as to whether those imbalances would be addressed by cadre deployment with or without having the merits to the correct position. However, my question would then be, in your own view, having acknowledged that cadre deployment may be maybe in a way addressing the imbalances of the past, which some commissions and so on has alluded to say they are of hindrance. What, in your view, then causes the corruption that we find, and how then can the PSC play a very meaningful role in preventing and reducing and keeping the corrupt practices in the public service? And then please, can you indicate the current weaknesses in the systems vis-a-vis those that you have emphasized to say we have to have. And in your maybe if you can maybe give us further weaknesses, because I am putting it to you that cadre deployment and corruption are some of the factors that are causing a decay in the PSC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Koman. It's a tough one that you're putting on the table. And you are right. It looks as if I'm of dual view when I raise the issue of cadre deployment versus political interference. I do believe, now this I'm saying as an ordinary South African who does not belong to any political party, who has never belonged to a political party, but who has served under different political administration. So I've served under the ANC. I currently work for the city of Johannesburg. I'm serving under the leadership of a DA-led coalition for the second time. Cadre deployment, I believe that it will always happen, and the space for it, like I said, and the space is availed to us via the Constitution. However, we need to balance cadre deployment to make sure that it does not run away with us when we exercise selection and recruitment within the public service. And you are correct in saying if we do not manage that correctly, we'll find ourselves in a difficult place where maladministration and corruption are going to be the order of the day. But I do believe that whether we are serving under an ANC government or we're serving under a DA government or we're serving under EFF or African Transformation Movement, we're still going to find ourselves having to deal with cadre deployment. I think what needs to happen, you were also asking me on how the Public Service Commission can assist in curbing corruption. I think we need to blast the spotlight more in terms of what is happening in the corridors of power in public service. As long as the executive and the ordinary man on the street have a pretty good idea on what we are doing in real time, it would be good, because I think for those who would be most likely wanting to interfere in HRM processes, they would feel a little bit iffy if they knew that the spotlight is permanently on the systems and processes in terms of recruitment and selection. And then in terms of the weaknesses in the system, I have outlined quite a few on page 2, but I think I would like to highlight the one that is, there's no competency-based assessment or measurement when we do recruitment. So you would find that we don't have a, I don't want to say systematic, but there is not, we don't have systems that are being rolled out across. So you may find that one province is rolling out maybe a separate competency-based assessment or measure. Questions that we are also asking in selection interviews may differ vastly. And then therefore, it gives rise to the question on what are we measuring? Are we having a single measure across government in terms of what we're measuring when we're looking at candidates? A candidate that is recruited in Limpopo, are they put to the same measure as a candidate who is in the Western Cape or in Gauteng or other parts of our country. So therefore, we need to look at issues of standardization to make sure that we're singing from the same hymn sheet.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Ms. Murahuti. My name is Leon Schreiber. I have two questions to follow up on. The first one relates to your CV. If I'm reading it correctly here, the positions that you are in, you're currently deputy director in the city of Joburg. So you've not served at SMS level at all before, from what I can see here, with a lot of your experience also in local government, which is not the sphere that the Public Service Commission currently covers. So my first question would be why this committee should select you above people with far more senior positions, people who have been DGs, HODs, etc. Then secondly, I must come back to this question because it really is a bit concerning to me. So, you know, Section 1973 of the Constitution reads that no employee of the public service may be favored or prejudiced only because that person supports a particular political party or cause. Now, by my reading, DGs are employees of the public service. And when you say that, let me just get the quote, the space for cadre deployment is availed to us by the Constitution, and also there's space for DGs to be political appointments. That goes really very much directly against 1973. And I'd like you to just explain to us why the appointment of people on the basis of political loyalty, which is what cadre deployment is, why is that essential for redressing the imbalances of the past when there are very many highly skilled people of all persuasions and diversities that are not necessarily political people? So why limit the appointment of people in the public administration to a small group of politically connected people when there are so many talented South Africans from across the sphere that are not political cadres? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Schreiber.